clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner,
Oh!
does the damage.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. My name is DK, with me is Sproxy, and of course, it is time for our final day right here on League Play. The last opportunity for teams to try and lock in those positions to make their way on through into our final Super Weekend. So it is going to be absolutely nail-biting action, or at least, well, that's what we're going to be hoping for to see on the battlefield today. But before we get anywhere, of course, we got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, how are you doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. Ready to see who's going to be going through to that final Super Weekend. I think there's a lot of pressure for some of the teams that haven't had to worry up until now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the teams really coming in with some absolutely phenomenal plays just yesterday. I mean, we had that beautiful jump come in from SWAT 69. But now today is going to be the day in where we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. We are mixing things up a little bit once again. Of course, swapping the Erangels out with Miramar. So we are going to be having a Miramar heavy day. And it's going to be quite exciting to see what the teams will be bringing to the table. Of course, we are going to be now hopping into our first one here for the day, as I mentioned, the schedule. So it is going to be Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, repeat all the way through to the very end, with each group, of course, sitting out on each of those maps. So we are going to be starting with Group E, then making our way back from there all the way up to Group A that will be sitting out on our final match. So it is going to be quite an exciting day to see what they are going to be bringing in, what will be happening, and of course, ultimately, who will be those top 16 teams making it through into the Super Weekend. As we know, it is going to be our 20 teams divided up into 5 groups, playing each of their 4 matches across the 5 that we have scheduled for the day. And then, as it is time for that Super Weekend, but what we are getting so excited about is after Super Weekend, we will have
Ooh.
100% idea, clear indication as to who will be making their way through towards those finals. And of course, how we are going to be determining that, not only who makes it up into Super Weekend, but also up into that finals will be through the teams utilizing the living heck out of the point system. As you can see, of course, that first place awarding them 15 points, making its way all the way down to that 13th to 16th place, where they don't get any of the placement points, but they can still make up for that utilizing the 1 point being awarded per elimination.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, the teams need to make sure that they're on the top 16 overall rankings, and those rankings, those points are only accumulated on Super Weekend. So, League Play, you just use that to get yourself into Super Weekend. Super Weekend is where you get yourself into the finals, and why wouldn't you want to get yourself into the finals with the juicy prize pool that we can see on our screens? Of course, the Super Weekend winner chicken dinners also taste extra spicy. As we can see, an extra $500 is sprinkled on top. Don't eat the dollars, please. And of course, there's an opportunity to get an MVP award of $1,000. So huge money up for grabs over and above the extra bonus you get just for getting into the finals. So a lot of money is at stake, and of course, a lot of bragging rights to be the first team to win the first PMPL Africa 2022. So these teams that we're seeing on our screens, they really need to bring it today. We've got a few teams that haven't had the opportunity yet to get into Super Weekend, so they're definitely going to be fighting tooth and nail today to try and get into the last Super Weekend.
Yeah, and if yesterday was any indication, today is going to be absolutely mind blowing, right? Because
Oh,
we
yeah.
did see the teams really just popping it off. And we can see all our teams right here on the screen divided up into their groups, Group A, B, C, D, and E, with the players there from Group E. They are going to be sitting out on our very first match, starting over on towards a little bit of that Erangel action as we already saw. And then, as I also mentioned, we are going to be making our way up towards the players there situated in towards that Group A. But now today is going to be that big day, is because we've seen the players from SWAT finishing exceptionally strong yesterday, 5 points ahead of where we saw the team from Cryptics finishing, and we could use that to a certain degree, right? Because we saw some really strong performances coming in from the team of Cryptics, not only in league play, but also looking at their performance coming through in Super Weekend. Now, I'm also curious to see what the players are going to be doing coming in there from the side of Mad Knight. We know yesterday they finished their current position up in towards 13th place, but looking at the positionings coming in on that leaderboard, it is very much neck in neck, all the way from roundabout that, I'd go as far as to say from 8th place all the way down the rest of the leaderboard. Any of those positions could very comfortably still change here today. And to make that make a little bit more sense, let's put the overall rankings on the screen for league players. We can see SWAT 69 sitting up in pole position, as I said, just a few points up ahead of the players there from Cryptics. But of course, yesterday was not only an amazing day for SWAT 69, it was also the first day in which we saw Team Umbra picking up a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and same can be said there for SWAT 69. I mean, those two teams were our first two recipients of their first winner chicken dinners. I mean, you and I have been screaming Team Umbra's name over those Super Weekends. We have been waiting for an opportunity for them to bring it in. So now that they brought it in on League Play, we definitely are going to keep our eyes open for that Super Weekend. But as you said, the points super close. I mean, if we take a look just on this first page, it's just a handful of points that separate teams. Over on the second page, it gets even crazier. I mean, we mentioned yesterday Mad Knight, Triple Esports, the two of the other three teams that need to get into Super Weekend, or they won't be finding themselves in that top 16 in the overall rankings. They're literally neck and neck. I mean, I asked it yesterday, how did they do this? How did they get the exact same amount of eliminations, of placements? Like, how? How did you make that happen? Either way, neck and neck. And the rest of the points, I mean, it's a 1 point difference from them up until 12th place, 1 point from that into 11th, a handful into 10th, a handful into 9th, and it keeps going closer and closer. So one good game, as we know, can make any team jump from potentially this last page up into the second or first page. Masters, YONKOUS, Team Myth, pressures on them. Are we going to see them in the last Super Weekend? We don't know. Today, we will find out.
I mean, yeah, come on. Because if any team from YONKOUS upwards drops a 30 bomb, boom, that's it, right?
Done.
On the first page. Off they go. Myth, if they drop a 30 bomb right now, yeah, we'll see them moving up, also relatively high up on towards that second page. But as we know, Team Myth, a team that has already not only taken 6 winner-winner chicken dinners coming through on the Super Weekends, they've also been able to accumulate an absolute ton worth of points over on the Super Weekends. So I do believe that they are relatively safe for the time being, right? It's not going to be a major concern should Team Myth not make it in towards that Super Weekend. But what is going to be interesting today, again, is going to be seeing what our teams sitting in the bottom 5 positions on the overall rankings with regards to Super Weekend are going to be doing coming into today. Now, if you are unfamiliar with that, that would be the players from Virtual Gaming, Intruder Africa, Triple Esports, as well as Mad Knight and SWAT 69. We've seen the efforts being put in by all these teams so far. We know that the players from Intruder currently sitting up in towards that 16th position. We also have Virtual Gaming, Mad Knight, and Triple Esports, as we saw just a few moments ago, only having 1 point differing between those 3 teams. And then, of course, we got the players from SWAT, sitting quite confidently at
Oh
the
yeah.
top of the leaderboard. But today is going to be the day, and I'm expecting to see a few upsets coming through from the teams who know that this is their last chance to not only make it into Super Weekend, but also that opportunity to try and secure those slots, because we know it is going to be those slots on the line, the slots to make it up in towards the finals. And this final Super Weekend will be the last opportunity for the teams to bring in any points to make a difference.
Yeah, look, the motivations for these teams to get into Super Weekend is vastly different. It's only like those handful of teams that need to get into Super Weekend because that's the only opportunity they have to potentially get themselves into the finals. The rest of the teams, they've pretty much secured their spots already with the buffer zones that they've been placing throughout, our previous Super Weekend. Some of the teams have been super consistent and have gone to every Super Weekend so far. So, I mean, they're sitting on 30 plus 30 games now, and they've picked up enough points. I mean, like you said, Team Myth, they picked up nearly 200 points in their first Super Weekend. That was more than enough to give yourself a little bit of a buffer, and then obviously extended that throughout the second Super Weekend alongside Cryptics, alongside so many teams that don't really need to worry about getting into Super Weekend for finals. But of course, we know there's also other money at stake. There's also something else at stake for Super Weekend. So motivation going to be a little bit different, and that means the pressure on these teams is going to be a little bit different. So the mental games coming through, they might allow for a very different set of playstyles, and we know that to be the case with league play. We know that league play tends to be a little bit chaotic. It tends to sometimes go from chain fighting to third party central to 15 teams in the final zone. You can't really predict any of it. So depending on how today is going to be going, I think we're going to be seeing some very interesting upsets, especially from the teams that maybe haven't yet, really put their best foot forward, haven't yet put their best performance through. Maybe they're waiting for today.
Well, I also do think that they could potentially be waiting for Super Weekend, right? Because we know we've seen that strategic change up going through the shift happening from league play up in towards Super Weekend. So I do think, at least for now, the teams are going to be playing well enough to bring in the required points to try and secure those positions to make it in towards the Super Weekend. But who will that be? Because as we see now, and we had that look over at the overall standings, it is neck in neck and neck all the way around. And this is where, if teams hold off a little bit too long looking to bring in those strategies, I think that's where it could potentially bite them in the butt. So that's why I'm saying I do honestly think that today is going to be an absolute banger of a day, because the teams know that this is their final opportunity to get into Super Weekend, and that it's going to be the final Super Weekend to try and secure those slots to potentially make it through up in towards the finals. So there's a lot at stake. I mean, today is going to be a super important day. These 4 games that the teams are going to be playing will be some of the most important main matches, rather, that they have been playing so far. Because we know, yes, the other Super Weekends bring in the points, but the final Super Weekend is the deciding one, right? That decides who will be those teams. And of course, also, we need to find out who will be making it in. So I'm expecting some pretty high stakes to come in here. But at this point also, like, I honestly would love to see what the players from Slime 4KT are going to be bringing in today's performances, right? Because if we look back at the performance that they brought in coming into the Super Weekends, just this past Super Weekend, they were the team with the second highest amount of points. So that already shows to be an absolutely great play coming in for the side there of Slime4 KT. Because if we look back to the performance they brought in on the first Super Weekend, there they brought in a grand total of 87 points, right? If we look at the second, that is where things take an absolutely drastic shift, and it doubles because they came in with over 160 points. So already quite a bit of a shift coming through from a lot of these teams. But I'm also curious to see whether or not Team Myth is going to, step up and play a little bit of PUBG today. We know yesterday was not one of their best days, but we allow one of those off days to come on through. But today is where we want to see Team Myth also stepping up and just flexing a little bit.
I think what's also interesting, if we take a look at the rosters of some of these teams, they might bring in their subs on the league play and then keep their players coming through for Super Weekend, which also allows that a little bit of a shift in play style. It's that shift in momentum for some of the teams, that shift in control. Maybe maybe they feel more comfortable or synergistic with certain players as opposed to others. Because as we know, league play, they just need to do well enough to get into Super Weekend. So maybe that was the case for Myth. Maybe they still sussing out the competition. Maybe they have a completely different plan that you and I are completely unaware of. But again, it's okay for them. They have already done enough to get themselves into finals, which we know is where the big bucks are. And they have picked up so many winner chicken dinners. Maybe it's time they share, okay? Maybe they're just sharing the winner chicken dinners. That's maybe the plan. But I'm definitely keen to see some of the teams bringing their performances through. We already saw some adjustments from the first week in league play compared to now. And the reason we're bringing that up is that's when we had this sort of map shifting. That's when we had that Miramar and Erangel combination. And they, I mean, the teams like Virtual Gaming, the teams like Mad Knight, the teams like SWAT 69, they really, really struggled. And yesterday, SWAT 69, they had huge performances on Miramar. Maybe not they wouldn't win a chicken dinner performance, but huge performances nonetheless. They were picking up eliminations left, right, and center. They were getting up into second place into that 1v1. So it's already like a completely different adjustments. It's like we've seen a different team. They've really done the work, and that can be said for most of the teams. They're constantly pushing that bar, and it's something we keep coming back to because it's so important in PMPL Africa. I mean, it is literally the crux of this competition is to force teams to get better and better up until, well, we see their best performance in the finals. So it's definitely going to be an interesting day today.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to agree with you that things have definitely been really, changing all over the place. If you were talking about the players from SWAT 69 that were just absolutely popping off yesterday, right? If we look at their performance coming in on the first week of league play, the amount of points that they were able to secure after those 2 days across 8 matches is the same amount of points that they brought in the final match of just yesterday.
In one game versus 2
One
days.
game. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it is. But it's again those change-ups that come through. So, I mean, the fact that we're seeing so many teams, really showing a little bit more of what they are capable of. We know league play, look, you take it with a pinch of salt when it comes to sort of finding out the true potential of a team when they put into that Super Weekend, when they put into that finals, especially. I mean, you can take a lot of stats from Super Weekend into finals, but still, there's a lot of the teams that are holding their cards. They're only going to show their true potential in finals because, well, that's the end game. That's the goal for these teams. So because of that, there's still many questions we have of these teams. There's still many, okay, well, who's the team we're supposed to be looking at? We have some rough ideas, obviously. We've got some teams that have been absolutely consistent. And then we've got other teams that have been wild cards that come in, like SWAT 69, pick up a 30-point game, and now we're just like, okay, are you going to do that on Super Weekend as well? Are you going to do that in finals? What are we waiting for? It's crazy to just kind of think how you're constantly guessing. Are these teams showing their true potential now? Maybe? Yeah. Are we getting close?
Well, only time will, of course, tell what these teams are going to be bringing. And, of course, we are now starting to make our way towards our first match of the day. But before we go anywhere and hop into those games, we need to give a big shout-out there to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, it is time for us to make our way over on towards those lovely desert dunes to see who will be the teams to step up and come in with a few of those absolutely beautiful points. And, you know, maybe a few chicken dinners to go up alongside those. I mean, we have seen a great distribution of those chickens being awarded just yesterday, as well as the teams step up to the plate, picking them up one after the other. We saw SWAT 69, we saw Cryptics, we saw Team Umbra, as well as Darkness, and of course the players coming in from the side of Lusail. Will we see some repeat chicken dinners coming in here today? Or will we see a few of the other teams potentially stepping up and running away with the chickens? Only time will tell. But now it is almost time for us to hop in. Any predictions before we hop into the first one?
Oh, you put me in the hot seat here. Look, I'm still going to be looking at G3 Temper. I'm still going to be looking at SWAT 69. I'm definitely keeping my eye out on Triple Esports and Mad Knights. Those are the teams that have to bring it. So maybe that pressure is going to be what they need.
Pressure could 100% be what they need, and maybe it is going to be the thing to, you know, just to kick them up onto that ledge where we see another beautiful performance like what we saw yesterday. But speaking about beautiful, we have a look at our lovely flight path coming in, starting all the way over on towards that western side, just west there of Monte Nuevo and of course La Drillera, and now it is making its way all the way across through Tierra Bronca up towards Campo Militar. So definitely an interesting flight path, not too limiting, at least for the teams, as to where they can reach. But now it all comes down to where it is they're going to be looking to drop in, and of course where that first initial zone is going to be popping up, and what those rotations then will be once we know where the first zone's going.
Yeah, we had a couple of changes coming through yesterday in terms of their usual drop sites. You know, some of the teams favoring a little bit of a change-up coming through. Obviously, we know a few teams joining the party, so that does sometimes force these teams to make a little bit of an awkward decision. But I do like that we saw so many different angles into the game, and once again, that sort of south eastern side zone coming through. So I mean, again, we saw that yesterday, right? We had a beautiful opportunity to see some of the crazy plays there towards La Bandita and there towards the crater. But already starting off with a little bit of a hot drop here between SWAT 69 and Triple Esports. So this could be very, very interesting.
Yeah, Chumacera is where the action will be. As we can see, of course, El Chapo keeping a very watchful eye. El Chapo looking really good yesterday on Miramar, but now we get to see whether or not that is going to be the case once again, as Sabir comes through with a quick trade-off there on towards AWAM, as AWAM now gets whammed back right up in towards the lobby. You can see the rest of the team now also just starting to potentially move themselves up a little closer. We got Fromar up in towards the north, and then we have Thor and Master positioned up on the southern side. Oh, nice case of hide and seek coming in here from Sabir. So far, 2 for 2.
Okay, no, that was beautiful timing. SWAT 69, they are on something else. They got some great energy behind them, and all of a sudden they are looking for their first team wipe, finding the third. Just one more left. Just one more. Where they're hiding? Where they're hiding right now? Triple Esports, unfortunately, down to 1, and from Mar on the bike we go. You know, DK, we were talking a little bit about bikes off camera. I think he found a good one. You know, it looks like a good bit of speed here to get out of that situation.
Yeah, but that's a magical one, because even when he gets off, it stays upright. You know, I'd
Yours
love one
doesn't
of
do
those.
that? Yours doesn't do
No,
that?
I
You
have
don't
to
have a
put
bed?
the stand out, and then I have to put the stand out, and then it kind of leans slightly over, you know. I don't have one of those fancy bikes that when you get off, it stays upright. I'd love to have one of those. So whoever could invent one of those, please let me know. But it's I mean, sometimes if you look at the dynamics coming through for the vehicles in game, it's sometimes a little bit scary, right? Because like I look at what some of the players do with their vehicles, and I'm like,
Well,
mine
we had
doesn't
them.
do that.
We had them parking cars on fences, on tin fences.
I've seen that.
the
I've
first
seen that
day.
IRL. I've seen that IRL.
on a
right?
tin
So-
fence.
No, that wasn't tin. That was concrete.
That was tin. We had one on tin. We had one on concrete.
Yeah, well, if it's like, I don't know, I don't want to go too deep into that, but let's just say yes. It's probably based on some form of reality. I don't know whose reality, but it's based on some form of reality.
Special reality.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very unique kind of reality that allows for tin walls to or tin fences, as you would put it, to support the weight. But you know, like, come on. Okay, so it's PUBG. Things work a little bit different here. But of course, now speaking about things working differently, this is where I'd like to see the team's brains starting to work a bit differently coming into this final day of gameplay, at least for the league play, right? Because we've been talking about this quite a lot already today. You know, we know the slots are open, but I'm really curious to see what dynamics the teams are going to be looking to bring in. Because looking at the map, everything seems fine, right? There's nothing out of the ordinary. The teams dropped in locations where we would pretty much expect them to be dropping. So at least in that regard, all seems fine. But that's not going to be enough for today. We need to see them now looking to take it that extra notch up, as you've been saying before, right?
Yeah.
We want to see the teams looking to hone in a few more of the skills. Yes, we know it is league play, so we're not expecting them to go absolutely ham, you know, not to go like 110% or whatever the case is, but we're still interested, right? We still
yeah.
want to see what it is that they're going to be doing here today.
We want some of those breadcrumbs, you know? We want to see that that's 200, 2,000 IQ plays coming on through and really giving us maybe a bit of a lesson, because we know DK is a bot and he needs some assistance. Now, Intruders taking a bit of a rotation through. What's interesting to me is Raouf right alongside Blackjack. Of course, the last remaining hopeful there of Triple Esports has also now rotated into Los Leones. So I'm not sure. This 3-1 split coming through from Intruders, maybe once again similar to what we saw Cryptics do on Erangel, a little bit of a scouting position, get some information, find, you know, the best pathing into the zone, because Los Leones pretty close to center. Like that would be a pretty, you know, opportune spot here, coming through, of course, from the southern side. So interesting to see Intruders running that as well. Now actually busy with that regrouping, and of course the rest of the teams making their rotations through. I mean, Cryptics coming through from a little bit of an interesting spot there. We normally do see them drop towards Chumacera as well, or just a little bit closer to those southern islands, and now they've had to take a little bit of a longer rotation, but that means they come behind so many teams. They have potential flanking ability up until next weekend, basically. So this could be huge for them.
It could definitely be, and it looks to be a very strategic approach potentially coming through from them. But also now the strategic approach is coming through here between Flacco. As you can see, a little bit of a defensive play now being put up here by Eflex and Dexter as they swiftly move up. Not even wasting too much time with that engagement. But it's interesting because we saw the rest of G3 now abandoning their vehicles just for the time being. But that has also now presented a slight opportunity to the players from Mad Knight, who we have positioned down in towards Picado. We did see one of their scouts just venturing a little bit further up the hill, just coming in to inspect the situation, looking to see what's kind of cooking up top here. But it's also very interesting now to see Dexter and Eflex not continue on their rotational path, instead putting up a quick stop here, looking to tap a few hits over into G3.
Oh, looking for a little bit of that containment, maybe picking up some of those earlier eliminations. I mean, they've already found Flacco, so I mean, if they can pick up the rest of G3, they would definitely not complain. But again, being careful here, because Team Unique not far behind them. As you said, Mad Knight also in a position to get involved at any moment. And Unique actually pulling up right behind the players here from 1 million. So that might leave them in a bit of a sandwich situation here. But I'm sure they should be aware. Might just set up here on this ridge line and just hold for the time being. You see Winky already doing a little bit of scouting herself and quickly finding out that she needs to rotate back.
Yeah, and it's a interesting position. A good play actually coming through. 1 million. We did see them looking to get a little bit aggressive, but now they really have to play the terrain here, because we've got Mad Knight pushing in from that western side, as we can see on the map. We also have Unique positioned up in towards the northeastern side. G3 right behind them. Behind G3, we've got Umbra and the players, or the player from Mar. They're from Triple Esports. So a lot of contention now starting to build up on the outskirts there of Los Leones, and they can, of course, now continue with their efforts, because the zone has now just sent it up so beautifully up towards them. But we are still to see the rotations for Lusail and, of course, Zero Tolerance to make their way in towards the zone. The same can be said for the players here of Super Young Stars and, of course, Cryptics. But a very cautious approach coming in from SWAT 69. We see them just positioned on that western edge of zone. Meanwhile, it is going to be Kato trying to reach all the way across on towards the side there of Dexter. But Dexter with a quick reposition, just grabbing a little bit of air along the way. Nothing wrong with that, but now it does seem like Mad Knight are going to be looking to grab a few of these opportunities and maybe pick a few eliminations up along the way.
That would be a fantastic start for them here towards the first game of Miramar. So definitely hoping they are finding those opportunities. Of course, Umbra also looking for a few of those opportunities towards G3 Temper, who've also now pulled into this little bit of a spat here towards the crater, just towards the northern side of Los Leones. So quite a few teams here in the vicinity really looking to get involved and maybe pick up a few of those earlier eliminations. G3 Temper, unfortunately, I mean, they're just rotating from team to team to team to team. Haven't quite yet found a safe spot just to, you know, reset and take account of what they have and what they don't have, which is, of course, Flacco for the time being. So hopefully they can find themselves a little bit of safety sooner rather than later, as the rest of the rotations are going to be coming on through. Again, as expected. Central part of the zone, a little crazy.
Yeah, of course, now Nacho beating everyone else to the punch, blowing up his own vehicle, making sure, you know, just to have an additional bit of hard cover should the building itself not provide sufficient amounts of hard cover. But now we also have the players here from Super Young Stars looking to continue their rotation up along that western side. And if they continue on this path, heading further down south, just sticking to the edge of zone, we could even potentially see them crossing paths with the players from Cryptics. We have all the way hunkered down and just, you know, just sneakily holding on towards that southwestern position. But it's good to see the players from SWAT 69 now starting to kind of diverge that path, heading a little bit more in towards the zone instead of sticking to the edge of that zone as much.
Yeah, no, like staying for now, you know, keeping safe, and I think that's going to be a very important tidbit for a few of these teams. We want to focus on rotations, we want to focus on those placements, get into the final zone where the chaos really begins. But for a few of the teams that have found themselves already set up with those earlier rotations, looking for a few of those containments, looking to gatekeep potentially some of the teams into their more preferred spots, they would not shy away. As you can see, Salam already spotting out just the heads of Zero Tolerance and just holding the line for now and just getting into the information, but not going to be acting on it just yet because they have to be the ones to get into zone. Zero Tolerance is standing between them and center zone. So starting a little bit of a fight now with the way that they are split up might not be the best opportunity. From Ma. He found a nade. He found the wrong side of a nade. And now back in the lobby.
Yeah, that's all thanks to Morteza sending a beautiful one out right up towards them. But now, up comes the challenge, right? We did see yesterday that the players from SWAT 69 were able to send Cryptics backing, but now they are, put in the same kind of position once again as we see that zone. Now taking a beautiful shift up towards a slight northern direction. And we have the players actually from Mad Knight alongside 1 million also positioned up in towards the northern side. I'm liking that position going through from the side of Umbra. Almost smack dab center zone. So just holding on to whatever position it is they are able to secure. But looking at where this region is going, this is where, again, positioning is going to be absolutely crucial. It's going to be key. If the teams are looking to succeed not only in this phase, but also moving through into the coming phases, they will have to establish a good stronghold in one of the compounds currently positioned up in towards the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Get set up earlier rather than later when you are trying to fight your way into the zone with all of these teams. As we see Blackjack, for example, having themselves already set up and just shooting at you as you try to get into safety. So Intruders now having to make that rotation. Maybe gonna stop, not sure. For the time being, they're still sort of just trying to rush on into the zone with Blackjack just up ahead of them, going right past and straight into center zone, which again many of the teams are trying to do. So heavy migrations, as we can see. Umbra, we know, very close to that center zone, already now being surrounded not only by G3 Temper, but of course Blackjack is in the vicinity to get involved at any moment's notice alongside Intruders. So plenty of third-party possibilities, and Umbra need to be careful. If they've got that central zone, they need to be aware that everyone will be looking towards them to take them out of their buildings and say thank you for the free real estate.
And I expect that to happen, particularly moving into the next phase. At least for the time being, it seems like we're having a lot of focus being put into those positionings for the teams, which I really do appreciate. But now, as we wait to see what the next shift is going to be bringing on through, that is where the teams will be tested to see whether or not they've not only chosen a good position to move into, but also whether or not they'll be able to defend said position. We can see several hits now continuing all over the place. El Chapo's vehicle getting blown up there. That is never a bad one to have happen. It is bad when it happens to your team, but if we see it in the feed, then, you know, DK's like, woohoo!
DK's happy. DK's a happy man. Explosions, I love them. So, I mean, as we know, DK just looking for this vehicle explosions coming on through. And again, still huge opportunities for Mad Knights as well. I mean, they've pretty much got that northern side to themselves for the time being. Got a lot of teams towards that central band, maybe even towards that northeastern side. But Mad Knight, they're sitting pretty. They're just waiting. They're like, come, let's join the party, as we can see. So, yeah, the zone shift, this next one, really will tell us how much pressure these teams are going to have to work with.
But I'm a little bit worried for in the players there from Intruder, as well as potentially Blackjack, because they are partially positioned within Los Leones. Yes, they are a little bit more on those outlying regions, but those rotations usually tend to be a little bit more challenging. Fortunately for both Intruder and, of course, Blackjack, that is not a city finish, so they can actually afford now to look to find a few rotational paths to get out of that position. But if we look up on towards the northern side, this is where good old Scope is going to be applying a bit of pressure onto the side here of 1 million. We can see Black Loss now just looking to potentially alleviate a little bit of that pressure.
Oh,
but now it comes down to positioning, because we've got Lusail rolling on through, Zero Tolerance rolling in, as well as the players there from G3 we see sitting into that more center zone position. Cryptics also looking for a good entry point into the zone. Weiss will be eating themselves out of their vehicle. That's not how it works, but okay. We can go with that one, I guess. And now this is where those pressure positions are going to start coming through. Ooh. Zero Tolerance being tested, looking to see if they can hold onto their compound as Lusail now starts advancing in from that northern side.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. Setting yourself up nice and early means you can do exactly what Lord is right now, just waiting for the rotations to come through from Lusail and just start picking off the numbers. Salam here, of course, towards the southern part, trying to rotate through from that edge. As we can see, gonna throw a nice little nade. Just gets Lord. So, I mean, a good bit of damage, but still, it is a 2v3 situation here. Hopefully the razors can come through, because the damage being dealt by Zero Tolerance is absolutely devastating. Especially now, if they heal up and pop one nade towards Boyka and Wanted, there's 3 players that could go down and be confirmed. That's huge. Salam here, just trying to find an angle to try and help their teammates, but what can they do?
Not a lot, really, right? Because Salam not in the best position here. Zero Tolerance just leveraging the heck out of their position, as we can see. Vortex and Hate just raining down terror onto the side there of Lusail, and off they go, making their way back into the lobby. But the situation is continuing elsewhere in the zone as well. We see the players there from Mad Knight going toe-to-toe with Cryptics now, looking to defend that western position. A little bit more on towards that southern side is where we see Intruder and Darkness now having to do a bit of a dance up here in the blue stack. Will they be able to make their way out of this one? Of course, now those hits are going to continue to roll on through, as 1 million now step up, looking to come in with a few third parties onto the side there of that engagement between the players from Cryptics and Mad Knight. But now, Mad Knight getting sent off. It is now up to Darkness to come rushing on forward. Oh, Weiss holding on so beautifully to the position, but up comes the challenger. Down they go. Momin popping a few push-ups in the meantime, just ensuring that those hits come through. And with that, Intruder, of course, now down to only 2 remaining hopefuls. We see Cryptics also having lost quite a few of their players, with a knock coming in there that Red's potentially about to start making its way on through. As we can see Marshall positioned over on towards the northern side. Lazy Boy a little bit further down south. SWAT 69 also running into a little bit of a barrier, but now the zone's not going to wait. It's going to continue to move on through, and this is where we could see what potential play Blackjack could be looking to bring on through, as they do have the players from Super Young Stars right here alongside them.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, Intruder not far off behind. 12 teams now remaining. So we're in placement point territory, of course, but the team's looking for so much more. They want to give themselves as many opportunities here to get that buffer, to get themselves into Super Weekend. Now, Blackjack, finding a nice little bit of an angle there towards Super Young Stars. SWAT 69 also being confirmed out as they try to make their rotations. Blackjack, beautiful opportunity here to hold out Super Young Stars. They are in the zone. They have their backs towards the zone. It's Super Young Stars that have to make that rotation. And I mean, if they go left, they go into Intruders. They go right, they go into zero tolerance. So this is a difficult situation for Super Young. I don't know how they're going to get out of this. I can only see to fight your way through, Blackjack.
But I gotta say though, Blackjack, they playing this position quite beautifully, right? Because they've all now asserted themselves onto a little bit more of that higher ground position, just utilizing this building to help align those angles. And with that, they are able to apply a lot of pressure on towards the Super Young Stars. And Intruder doing a very similar kind of thing with their position, applying a lot of pressure now onto the side here of Darkness, as we can see Tornado and Adleno being the last two remaining hopefuls. But this is where Intruder, Hemo, now needs to send those nades out with pinpoint accuracy and hopefully get a very successful rush, potential knock maybe, coming into the side of Darkness. But Tornado is not going to be sitting around waiting for that to happen, as we see Tornado looking to move up a little bit, just coming in to say hi before there's too much of a fight breaking out with all the other teams in the vicinity. And speaking about vicinity, of course, G3 finding themselves right up close and personal alongside the players there from Zero Tolerance. But Zero Tolerance actually coming in with a very split up approach.
Oh, same can be said for Zero Tolerance. I mean, finding Super Young Stars now. So, yeah, I mean, G3 unfortunately falling victim to that spread coming through now. And as we see the rest of the teams making their rotations, Zero Tolerance still very split up, as you've mentioned. But rotations now have an opportunity for them. I mean, they got that entire eastern side to themselves. It's just going to be about what G3 and Team Unique have to say about that. G3, unfortunately, down to one member. Unique now pulling up on into the action here as the chain fighting seems to be going strong on towards Miramar. They have an opportunity here. They got 3 players up against the potential 2 of G3. And talking about potential, 1 million unfortunately being stolen of that thanks to Cryptics, as the duo of Cryptics is just absolutely on a bit of a tear, finding 6 eliminations. And that zone once again deciding to just avoid every single team as Myth now find Umbra. And DK, what are Myth gonna do with this one? They're looking a little bit distraught. Oh no, Shadowin!
Wow, there we go. Shadowin goes to town, just blazing through the entirety of Team Myth, coming in with head after head after head. Wasted coming in with a quick assist there just to ensure that squad wipe comes on through. But beautiful play coming through from the side of Team Umbra. Meanwhile, over on towards the eastern side, it is going to be G3 and Unique alongside the players here from Zero Tolerance, still having to make the pushes back in. And of course, speaking about pushes, the Super Young Stars pushing Blackjack back as they now send them off. And with that, they don't even lose a single player. The only thing that happened was that Chala got knocked out.
I don't even know how they managed that. But now the next team to try and manage the situation is going to be G3 Temper. Wait, now down with his teammates, gonna jump into the vehicle. Skydo's right behind you. Down through the smoke we go. So for the time being, we are alive. Drops down. And Skydo is gonna unfortunately have done enough as G3 Temper gets sent back to the lobby. Cryptics and Unique now the next team to find one another. Exodus is down. Chills and Winky alive, but on a sliver of HP. Same can be said here for Marshall as a beautiful, beautiful shot comes through. And Cryptics gets confirmed. We find ourselves with our top 5 teams alive. And only really Zero Tolerance and Umbra finding themselves within zone.
Yeah, and of course the bait and switch game being pretty strong on Miramar here in this first round. But you can see the players there from Unique now feeling the pressure starting to build up as, you know, we can see the numbers starting to dwindle, and dwindling so much so that, well, it is the end of the road for them. Off they go, making their way right back in towards the lobby. It's down to our final 4 teams. Zero Tolerance coming in from that eastern side, as we can see Hate and of course Vortex now rolling on through, still looking to find their position up in towards the zone, but coming in with a beautiful off-angle approach onto the side of Super Young Stars. We see pinched up alongside a few rocks along the way. Umbra also now going to be trying to deal with the threats coming through from Zero Tolerance as Morteza steps up with a beautiful one alongside good old PRZ. A lot of sprays coming through, but that is such a difficult, challenging position now for Zero Tolerance to try and get themselves out of. As we can see the players there from Intruder now also having to pack their bags, shuffle back up in towards that lobby. But the fight for this chicken dinner continues as we are down to our final 3 teams. And of course, 2 teams positioned up on some relative high ground.
Yeah, Super Young Stars and Team Umbra are looking really, really good. Of course, we've got Morteza and PRZ just on this ridgeline. Straight shot to Super Young Stars and straight shot to Zero Tolerance as well. We can see a little bit of push coming on through. Morteza doing a fantastic job finding through alongside their teammates. And all of a sudden, Super Young Stars down to 2 and not looking too great. Look at the angle that PRZ is coming through. Lashin out in the open. A nice little bit of a pullback. But again, still so much to deal with as they are down to 1. Still 2 remaining for Umbra, and Zero Tolerance is still involved.
Well, I'm liking this push going through here from the side of Umbra. Absolutely relentless in their efforts. But now, will they be able to close it up? Shadowwind does not want to overextend this position just yet. Chala now getting lit on fire. Shadowwind just rumbles on through, gets the spray down, and down they go. Shadowwind not done there just yet. Moves over onto the next one. Now taking aim towards Zero Tolerance. You can see Vortex down for the count. Hades feeling the pressure, the blue zone right up alongside them. And there we go. Team Umbra coming in with yet another winner chicken dinner. This is what we want to see. And the teams are just stepping it up all the way.
Oh, I love that we've seen the screen 2 times now in league play. It has been so long that we've been waiting for those winner chicken dinners. Now we get 2. Wow, we're getting spoiled here, DK. Absolutely phenomenal performances coming through from the teams, and a big shout out, of course, to Team Umbra for managing that situation. I was a bit worried they were finding themselves in that sandwich, but Zero Tolerance, I mean, they had a care package. That's the only cover that they had to work with. So that was a huge opportunity for Umbra to take on the entirety of Super Young Stars, take them out, and then it just was a bit of a straight shot to Zero Tolerance. You know, I mean, there was no opportunity for them to really do anything there. Wow, that was massive for them.
Yeah, a great boost of confidence coming through there on the side of Team Umbra. And that was only the first match. Of course, they have still 3 more games to play, at least for their map rotation. So I'm very curious to see if Umbra is going to be looking to pick up even more of those chickens along the way here today. But definitely an absolutely fantastic start. Kicking off the first match with some beautiful performances coming through there. Again, a little bit of a challenging zone making its way through there, but the team's coping quite well with that. And it's interesting to see how the dynamics are starting to work, right? Because yes, we understand a few teams not playing full strategies, but still the performances we have happening here. A good setup once again coming through there from the players of Intruder, also looking to just make their way up into those much later phases, and they were quite successful in accomplishing that, right? They made it past that top 10, and as we know, the higher you get up, the more placement points you get, and at this point the teams are fighting to secure as many points as they can, and we can see those efforts being brought in by the 5 teams who are in particular need of making their way up in towards the Super Weekend. So a very satisfying Miramar happening already.
I love it. I love that we're seeing these teams really take on Miramar because, as you mentioned, you know, we got a little bit of extra information that some of the teams really don't like Sandhawk. So Erangel and Miramar were then the maps that I was waiting for performance. And I was saying, these teams, they need to bring it on Miramar. So, I mean, we've had a fantastic first start to the day. Let's take a look at those highlights just to remind us of the insane plays we witnessed.
Morteza and Shadowin, definitely the MVP in my heart today. I mean, they just stepped up so beautifully right there over on towards Miramar. I mean, Shadowin coming with a beautiful spray down as we saw, just strapping the teams up ahead and just going to town, and some beautifully well-placed nades making their way on in. But of course, speaking about well-placed nades, let's move into some well-placed match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in this last match.
What do you like to say? Numbers, names and numbers. That's what we're going to be looking at right now. First, Miramar done and dusted. And Team Umbra picking up a nice even 30 points. So starting us off already with a 30-point game today, DK.
Ooh, yes. That is what we love to see. I mean, Team Umbra kicking it off, right? That's what we want. We want to see teams popping off, going absolutely ham, and of zero tolerance. Super young stars coming in with some good points on the board as well. Same can be said for INTRUDER as well as Cryptics. But now, you know, we can see those eliminations coming through for 1 million as well, coming in with 5 eliminations alongside the 1 placement point they were able to find. So definitely some good points being brought in. Yes, first match done and dusted, but how many more are they going to be looking to push for in the remaining games? So we still have to work our way through. Of course, we also have to take a look and see what that second page has brought in for us.
And what has it brought in for the other teams finding themselves on this last page is the question. SWAT 69, Mad Knights, Triple Esports, the 3 teams that I'm applying a lot of pressure towards, unfortunately not having a great start on Miramar, but of course, still 3 more games for each of them, so still plenty of opportunities. Also bizarre to see G3 Tempo on this side for a Miramar game, but of course they were running from team to team to team to team, so I can't really blame them. Blackjack and Super Young Stars, that contention, I wish I could just be a bird on the wall. I just wanted to see what happened. How did Super Young Stars actually manage to survive the onslaught that Blackjack were throwing at them? I mean, the rotations, I mean, the options that they had were so slim that, it was crazy to witness. But, well, I didn't get to witness it, but I saw it in the feed, at least. So, match rankings done and dusted. And I mean, those overall rankings might be a little bit different compared to what we saw previously, because all of a sudden there's a little bit of a contention for that first page.
Yeah, I do think that the overall rankings are going to look a little bit different. But, you know, we're going to have to wait a little bit more to see what those will bring, as we are looking to build a little bit of the suspense here. You know, we are every point the teams are able to bring in does matter. So we're not going to show you just yet. We'll keep you guessing. We'll keep you waiting, have you sitting on the edge of your chair, waiting to see what the overall results look like. We're also waiting in anticipation, of course, to see what that will be and, you know, where the teams find themselves after that first match. But that was only the first match for 4 of the groups. Next up is where we're going to be seeing the players from Group E also now stepping up onto the battlefield, showing us what they've got and how many points they'll be able to secure coming into their first match of the day. So a few things still on the table here, as we will be seeing the players from Slime 4KT joining us on the battlefield, alongside the players coming through from Virtual Gaming, as well as Masters Esports, and then, of course, also YONKOUS stepping up to the plate. And as you've said, a few of the teams, they need the points. Will they be able to secure enough? Will we see them rising to the occasion and potentially making their way up into towards that final Super Weekend? I don't know, right? We don't know. We'd love to know in advance, but we can't because it has not happened yet. And, you know, I kind of forgot my time travel remote somewhere. I can't remember where.
I'm sure they were goggles.
No.
Don't you have this time
You're
travel
not supposed to say that. I thought we had an agreement here. But of course, well, we're going to have to keep the suspense up a little while longer. But let us know on social media what you guys think of the progression of the team so far. You can hit us up on Facebook as well as on Instagram. You can search for PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa. Tell us what your thoughts are. And meanwhile, while you do that, we are going to be hopping into a quick break before we return with our second match of the day, heading straight over into Erangel. So be sure to see you guys in a short few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, we're getting ready for our second match right here on our last day of league play. And things are going to get quite exciting, but we also, speaking about exciting, need to give a big shout out to Nemo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner, as we make our way into our very first Erangel of the day. And this is our second to last Erangel, is.
Wow, that feels weird. I don't like that. Take it back. Take it back. I don't like it. Stop it.
It's too late.
No, I don't like it. Yeah, okay. No, but it's fine. I'll ignore you for now. Take a looking at that lovely flight path. We are going all the way up to Kanmeshki, so I'm a little bit interested to see if Cryptics is going to drop there. We know that's one of their alternate drop sites, and Georgia Pool was a little contested yesterday. So maybe they might be taking that change coming through. Again, quite a few changes came through with the Erangel drop site specifically. Obviously because of the addition of teams. You know, we've been so used to seeing certain amount of teams in Super Weekend that we've been so used to those drop sites. So now a little bit of competition coming through for that. We even see Triple Esports actually dropping towards the military island, which is a nice bit of a change. Maybe Mad Night towards Ferry Pier, we might see. So, I mean, this is going to be a little bit interesting. Zone pool, though. What are you wanting? What are we... Oh, wait, maybe we should not say it, because then the zone can be
I want a circle. That's what I want, right?
Not a square? You don't want a
I
square?
want a circle
triangle?
so that everything is well-rounded.
Oh, you should say that every time we work on this map. Okay, so that's going to be our chant for southern zones coming through towards the military island. Wow,
Yeah, that's what we love to see. I mean, and this is not just a southern zone. This is a little bit of a hard shift
Oh, yeah.
on towards that southern zone, as we can see. I think it could be pretty much the next phase could very likely be taking its move on towards that southern island. Again, we don't have any guarantees. We don't know for certain just yet. We'll have to wait and see. But what we don't have to wait and see, though, is where the teams are going to be dropping down into. Of course, Umbra, as we can see, on towards the position relatively close to, well, a lot of places, if I'm being honest, because Umbra came in with quite a bit of a split drop. We see Morteza relatively close to Shelter. We've got Shadowin, Wasted, relatively close to that school position. So a lot of the rotations now are going to be making their way on through, but that's kind of the trend we see across the board. The only teams we see dropping in their usual spot would be the team like Slime 4KT, who went straight up in towards Yasnaya, Virtual Gaming, who went straight up in towards the Povka, Blackjack in their usual spot, and then of course we've got the players from from Cryptics rather, moving up into their usual position as well. The rest of the lobby is looking pretty active. Of course, also G3 holding their position towards that eastern bridge, but I think that could be quite an essential position to hold, seeing that both bridges are in play. But I'm expecting a little bit more contention coming in towards that western bridge.
Yeah, look, we saw that happening yesterday as well. And now all of the teams are really going to make me in the mood to go dirt biking or bugging, because it looks so much fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. But we can see all of the teams jumping into their vehicles, just hightailing it to that southern side of the zone. Some of them not really even taking too much time to loot. They rather want to get into a good position here, because as we know, it's going to be quite contentious. I mean, if we take a look at that western bridge yesterday, we didn't even have such a southern shift, but we still had so many teams here sitting and ready and waiting for it. And G3 Temper on the eastern side was well, they were just sitting there and being like, well, but, you know, we set up so nicely for you guys, and you just don't want to join the party. What's going on? And once again, that seems to be the theme. Only Darkness really getting close to G3 Temper now. You can see Super Young Stars, rather, making the rotation alongside Mad Knight. Myth already on the military island as well. So we've got officially 4 teams already here. Maybe 5 teams, as we can see Zero Tolerance coming through as well. And yeah, this is going to be fun. This is definitely going to be fun.
Yeah, it is going to be a crazy party right over here. But there might be a few hang-ups as well, as they are, of course, going to be fighting for controlling position on towards that bridge. But aside from the teams currently hoarding the bridges, the rest of the lobby is just, you know, going through the looting phase, just enjoying the peace and quiet they have up in towards those northern territories. So yeah, I'm not expecting a lot of chaos to erupt just yet. We did see the players there from G3 just carefully and cautiously looking on as the players from Darkness made their rotation on towards that southern island. Zero Tolerance now also going to be pushing it on that western front with Momin, as you can see, not even wanting to hop in the vehicle, instead choosing to hop on top of it, just
surfing.
Flexing and showing off a little bit, but there's nothing wrong with that.
It's surfing. It's car surfing.
Yeah.
Like, I said they were making me in the mood to go, like, you know, I don't know, bundu bashing, but now all of a sudden I want to go car surfing. I won't do it ever in my lifetime, but hey, the option is there for some of these teams. Zero Tolerance now making a bit of rotation as well towards a little bit more of the western part of that island, really keeping towards the edges, hopefully to avoid some of the teams that are looking to rotate on up. And unfortunately, I guess for the duo here of potentially Super Young Stars, they find themselves smack bam in the two duos here of Zero Tolerance. So curious to see if that's going to come to fruition, if something's going to happen there. But the rest of the rotation still being made. Blackjack Esports and Virtual Gaming. Oh, thank you, observers. It's like you can read my mind. Now finding themselves here towards Milta Power. And of course, Petrox, as we can see, alone, waiting for the team to regroup. Blackjack just rotating right on past. A little bit of damage has already been dealt, but it seems that that's not going to come to fruition. Just going to be focusing on rotations for now. Rest of the teams, very interesting. I mean, northern side, really quiet.
But at least today, Petrox does not have to be too worried about virtual gaming, right? Not like you said yesterday. So today, Petrox can just relax. Or no, I'm just double checking, making sure that you know all is good in the house of virtual gaming. But
okay, Mr. Zoon. I also have plenty of ammunition.
Yeah, but as we can see now, even Blackjack, they're going to be looking to zoom themselves out in towards the water, while they still have the you know, enough time and a great opportunity to do exactly that. You see, the thing is, like, if I make up new words, I own them as well, right? I just reuse them and meme them myself, because why not?
I was gonna make an
right?
imposter joke later, but now you've spoiled it.
Well, I had to be a little bit of an imposter there, but also we now, speaking about imposters, are looking onto Dark Knight and the players here from Mad Knight, looking to see which one will be potentially yeeted out, making their way in towards the lobby there. So we got a little bit of prediction coming through. You said Dark Knight?
You said Dark Knight.
Oh, Darkness. All right, sorry. The Batman references coming through.
There was a new player.
As you can see, Manuel getting the first knock up in towards the Beast. Agent 47 now just quickly pushing up onto a little bit more of a high ground position here. I still want to see that Hitman play come through. I mean, Agent 47, that's what I want. Maybe the order has been put in, waiting to see whether or not, you know, that's going to come through. I'd love to see some interesting plays coming in, but it is still now going to be the players here from Darkness, not Dark Knight. Looking to find a bit of an angle. We can see 3-3 Zamo. Also just looking for a nice space to potentially call home. But it's a very interesting approach coming in from the lobby here, because we've got a few teams still just, you know, going about their business up in the north, while the rest of the lobby has kind of, you know, diverged and converged down on towards that Sosnovka military island, with a few fights very soon to break out.
I feel like I need to apologize to the viewers. It seems we're in a bit of a punny mood today, so we'll see how long that's going to last for the time being. Don't worry, we'll see what happens. In terms of rotations now being made, Slime for KT, oh, I mean, they still have to make a rotation. I love what I'm seeing from Cryptics, making that botation all the way from Kameshki into the eastern, potentially southern side of the island. As you can see, so many of the teams now making that way through. G3 Temper, they've abandoned that eastern side of the bridge. They're getting themselves on the island. And so many contentions, engagements breaking out as that zone, of course, confirms it. We are having a military island zone. This is absolutely fantastic. We've been waiting for it. Team Unique, unfortunately, losing a player. And as it goes through, I'm expecting this to, of course, happen. I mean, we've got so many teams now trying to nestle up on such a small piece of land to work with in comparison to what they're normally used to. Cryptics, of course, the botations are in. We love it. We love it in this season.
Yeah, they've set sail, set their sights on making it all the way down on towards that Sosnovka island, but they could potentially be, you know, bumping heads with Blackjack if they decide to pull into the Nova port. Speaking about ports, we've got several teams still looking to come in on either port side or starboard side of those bridges. Don't know which one it will be just yet, but what we also do know is that Nacho is now trying to flash Sin out of the radar tower here. Beautiful spray down going through, as we can see Ilias now looking to just potentially distract Nacho from that position. But G3 again looking to fortify the angles here. A little bit of a spread, but I'm liking this approach going through from Nacho, bringing in that front line distraction, now allowing the rest of the team to also look to advance themselves into a good position and then look to strike down and potentially pick up a few eliminations in the direction of Masters Esports.
Yeah, they would be setting themselves up quite nicely if they can confirm this position. We know a lot of the teams still have to make that rotation. Now, a lot of the teams using that eastern side of the bridge, so a potential direct line of sight towards where G3 Tempo are currently holding themselves alongside Masters. So Sin would potentially be the first player to go down. As you can see, the rest of the team from G3 pushing on in to get those confirmations. While Masters, unfortunately, for the time being, might just have to sit and watch, as so many teams now moving on in. It might not be worth the risk to try and save Sin, who's now been confirmed. With that being the case, Virtual Gaming holding potentially Slimefork AT out of that bridge line, as we can just see.
Ooh, come on. Come on, up comes the rush. Zeus now in a spot of bother here as Slimefork AT gets ready to rush on in. Up comes Pronto. Oh, but Zeus just thundering down with those devastating blows. Plaza the next one in, but finds the spray down as Zeus gets confirmed. The rest of the team now looking to quickly bring in a little bit of a helping hand here as we see Petrox, one shot, and Alpha Luigi for the side of Virtual Gaming. Storm, who having to just rethink the strategy here. It is going to be a 2v1 push on towards Storm. The rest of the team in a position to provide a little bit of a helping hand, and well, Storm not really needing too much of that, as a quick nade is sent forward, finding a beautiful knock right up onto with one shot. Storm now having to attend to that health bar. The vehicle getting blown up. That is beautiful. Storm now having an extra additional smidgen of hard cover to utilize, but will that be enough? Oh, that was close. The vehicle's now getting flung in the mix as well, but down goes Plaza, down goes Storm. Virtual Gaming looking to bounce back, but Zeus now caught in a very compromising position.
I don't like this, because the longer they take, the more potential there is for some crazy shenanigans to happen here in the zone. But for now, Virtual Gaming, they've got two players still up and Adam, trying to just stay a little bit apart so that one nade can't take them both out, like just what happened with Zeus finding one shot. Looking for a bit more. Confirmations now going to potentially come through. Petrox up close and personal. Zeus around the corner. Storm still knocked. Zeus down to a sliver of HP. That zone is ticking away. Okay, just mid-kit in the hands. They're having a potential here. Still though, that nade still coming through. That's the confirmation of the Storm. It's just Zeus now left, having to take on the 1v2 from Virtual Gaming, and it's not going to be enough. That literally could have ended so much sooner. I mean, he had 1 HP with that zone tick.
Yeah, Zeus's thunder getting stolen right there as the players from Virtual Gaming come in with a beautiful clean sweep. But now, as we look on towards that western bridge, this is where the players from Umbra are also going to be looking to apply a bit of pressure. As you can see, Lusail put up in the building, but the rush is coming in. Chico cooking up a potential nade, sends it out. Fortunately, there is some good off-angle plays coming through, but Shadowwind looking to step it up. Down goes Boyka. Now the rush comes in. It is going to be Shadowwind up against Chico to see which of these two teams will be walking away with this position. The mollies come in the window. Is it going to be the end game? Not just yet. But now Lusail with a quick reposition. You can see Chico heading up onto its roof. Shadowwind having those ears just beautifully dialed in. Looks to send one up. Fortunately there for Chico that those walls provide sufficient cover. But will they provide sufficiently enough cover as Shadowwind pushes in and clears it out? Beautiful play coming through from Umbra. Now, all they need to do is reposition back up in towards the zone.
Oh, that was a cheeky angle. I love that. Coming on through now, Team Umbra, turning their attention, of course, towards the bridge line that YONKOUS has currently got in their possession, holding the line, waiting for YONKOUS to make that rotation. So, either disengage and take a bit of a swim, or have to fight on through. That is pretty much the options that Umbra really have, unless I can't see why they'd want to take a huge zone rotation. So let's just ignore that possibility for the time being. As we can see, many of the teams still making their rotations in. Cryptics on the port side with Blackjack now being in a little bit of a spot of trouble, as El Chapo now falling to that blue zone and Cryptics falling on out back into the lobby. Blackjack still in this one as well, with only one member remaining in the zone, right behind Virtual Gaming. So some rather precarious spots that we see some of these teams having to make rotations for, and this is the beauty of the southern zone. It means we get some crazy shenanigans like this.
Yeah, I gotta say I am absolutely in love with these crazy southern shifts, and of course now the teams can continue on with their engagements. We can see a beautiful match convergence over in towards that military base with the players from Virtual Gaming now swooping in from that eastern side, looking to pull up on towards the south. We got Unique on the outskirts of that military base. The zone now just focusing up even more so, and now it is going to be a fight for control of that military base itself. We got Masters up in the north, G3 over on the east. We got Triple Esports situated on towards that southern side, and of course Zero Tolerance holding the western front. But will they be able to hold on long enough to make it all the way in towards those late phases? Of course, we can see the big bad blue zone now coming in with a few devastating blows onto the players there from Umbra. Oh, and down they go, making their way back in towards the lobby as Raf comes in with a final blow into Wasted. And now we are down to only 12 remaining teams.
Yeah, that's the expectation we normally have with the teams holding that bridge line, waiting for those rotations to come on through. It's a beautiful opportunity, of course, for YONKOUS that they have capitalized. Now, we're back into placement point territory as we can see the teams making their rotations in, trying to find a little bit of an angle to work with here. As we know, it could be the fight to the lobby, basically, for that position within center zone. A little bit of a Tokyo drift happening here, as you can see the chase of a lifetime. This Petrox is just trying to stay alive. Convoy is right on their heels with Charla. And, oh, it's the... Oh, no. Petrox,
Yeah.
what are you going to do?
Run. That is
Where?
what Petrox is going to do everywhere and anywhere. The main strategy here is to drag the players from Super Young Stars in front of another team. But unfortunately, Petrox only succeeding partially in that, dragging the players here from Super Young Stars right up alongside the team from YONKOUS. We can see Havlik coming in with a quick tappity tap. Petro still alive, at least for the time being able to quickly pop in a mid there. But Lashin still very much fixated on that rock. Oh, Petrox is going to get caught out in the open. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's not going to be enough. Lashin just dealing out of those hits, and down it goes Petrox. It now turns to Alpha Luigi to try and keep the hopes and dreams alive for the side there of Virtual Gaming.
Oh, that is painful. Even for Blackjack now coming on through from that huge port side rotation in the zone. Could only last so long, unfortunately, because we know 4 layers deep, it starts to tick away if you don't manage it. And sometimes if you're too far gone, that is unfortunately all that you have to work with here. So teams now unique, finding themselves within zone, but also very split up as there's a 2-1 split right now. Unfortunately, Skirp just on the outside, and we can see Masters, Darkness, in a potential little bit of a spat here. Nades are going to be flying through the corridors, and you do not want to be caught out in the open. Masters trying to get out of there as soon as possible. Got Tornado here coming around the corner saying, hello, welcome to the spray down. Masters are out. We're down to 10 teams.
Yeah, Tornado kicking up a fantastic storm once again, and they are in a controlling position up in towards the C block here. But now, will they be able to hold on? We can see G3 just spread out up ahead of them. Meanwhile, a lot of fighting continuing a little bit more towards that western side, as we can see YONKOUS trying to take positions up in towards the bowls. But a very split up approach coming in from YONKOUS, but the same can be said for the players there from Triple Esports, as the heads continue to roll on through. Unique now feeling the pressure. We got old Scope over on towards that far western side as the rest of the team now falls down. But where will they go? YONKOUS now starting to push a little bit closer as the zone now shifts even more so over on towards that western side. The pressure is going to be on, but G3, they've got a controlling position, a beautiful spread, all 4 players alive. But now this is where they just need to hunker down and defend the living life out of that position.
I mean, they've been challenged before, but we're not sure if to this level is going to be the case, as it's going to be absolute chaos with these teams just flocking on into that zone. I mean, that's all that they really have an option to do so. And I mean, YONKOUS now finding themselves just here out in the outskirts of that zone, trying to reset as they try and find a potential way in. Myth making their rotation in as well. It's only Moment to work with here. So the solo here for Myth trying to play it sneaky, but might need to get out of that car to make that happen. YONKOUS now maybe taking a little bit more of that northern side rotation. Maybe get behind Zero Tolerance. Maybe take it safe. That is a potential option here, but G3 Temp has such control of that compound right now. They've got literally the best possible setup. It's just going to come down to if they can manage the numbers that are going to be thrown at their faces.
Yeah, that is going to be the case. And, well, as we look at the numbers, it's starting to dwindle as we have 27 players left, 9 teams remaining. Manuel getting hit, as you can see that not coming through. Momin taking a quick moment to just advance their own position. Looking to creep a little bit closer on towards that western side ahead of YONKOUS. But a lot of fighting now going to come through on towards the northern front. Just because Zero Tolerance and Darkness looking to close up these positions. And again, going to try and keep as many of these angles covered as they could possibly manage. But looking at the 8 teams we still have, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge as Moment might experience now firsthand.
Ooh, bullets flying, but of course making their connections on towards Zero Tolerance for the time being, as Adleno is going to be caught out and taken down. 8 teams still alive, of course, but Darkness now feeling the brunt of the action as they are down to only 1. It's Tornado, the team lead coming on through, hoping to maybe get them into those better placement positions here, but they have to face off against Zero Tolerance and potentially Mad Knight, who are just holding that crossfire for the time being. The teams have found themselves in the zone, but for how long is the question. As we can see, some awkward positions having to be worked here. Moment outed alone in the ridgeline, just hoping no one's going to be looking. And our super young stars feeling a little bit of the brunt of the action here.
Yeah, they're feeling a little bit excluded, right? We see them all the way alone in towards that southeastern corner of the circle. And now as the zone moves further up north, they still find themselves a little bit excluded out of any of the corners of that circle. As G3 once again are blessed with a beautiful position coming in towards the zone. Just looking to adapt what they came into the previous zone with. But now the pressure's going to be on because we got players here all over the place. Everyone is going to be looking to find a bit of an opening. But G3 definitely looking to get as aggressive as they can. Even the players coming in there from the side of Mad Knight are utilizing their position up in towards the northern side of the zone. They've got a few compounds, as we can see. We've got Agent 47 and Zamo just looking to blaze down a few hits on towards them. Zero Tolerance, meanwhile, caught over on towards this western front. It's going to be a little bit of a risky, tricky rotation for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if they take that northern side, they find themselves against Mad Knights. They go a little bit more down towards the western side. They find themselves against YONKOUS. And, of course, a big portion of G3 Tempo, who, as we can see, are currently applying the pressure. Raf goes down, and NNN7 and Lewis get on in. But, again, they're right next to Moment, who gets confirmed. So, all of a sudden, the rotations are a little bit scattered, a little bit frantic, as they try and find an angle to work with. But Flacco with a beautiful position, just mowing them down for the time being. Super Young Stars now being excluded, and well, now they're included in the lobby. Unfortunately, these teams, oh, it's going to be a tough rotation. Triple Esports now the next team up for the line, and apparently the next team to just get a bit of a lead massage.
Yeah, but don't let that mislead you, as we can see. Oh, YONKOUS now suffering hits all over the place. A little bit of pressure coming in there from the side of G3, but also now Triple Esports stepping up, looking to grab their own slice of the pie. Down to 6 teams we go. 17 players left. YONKOUS just looking quite excited that they are still alive and having an opportunity to continue to push on through. But Thor looking to crash the dreams here, as we can see. NNN7 now getting taken down, and with that, it's getting close. Up comes those nades. Triple applying the pressure, and off they go. YONKOUS getting yeeted back into the lobby as they are bombarded with utilities left, right, and center. Now, Darkness up in the north. You can see Tornado just trying to quiet down the storm that is about to erupt on screen. Zero Tolerance Vortex exploring the options, not spotting Tornado just yet. What the goodness was that? But okay, we'll take it. Now as we move on, G3 still holding on with all 4 players, looking to just come blazing through as they pick up a beautiful double knock onto the side. They have Triple almost getting it 3. Will it be 3? AWAM about to get hit as Six
Oh,
cooks
no.
up yet another
Oh.
molly, sends it out. Those nades continue to fly on through. But G3 looking absolutely golden. I'm curious whether or not we're going to see another one of those flagger tappity tap taps coming in, as they have a beautiful position, smack dab center zone, and all the teams have to come to them.
Oh, this is going to be tough. G3 just capitalizing, monopolizing, whatever you want to use. They are finding the best possible position here. AWAM now moving on in, trying to send back a little bit of those revenge nades to come and find a little bit of something towards G3 Temple, but it's not making the connection, of course. G3 with that duo split now, 2-2. Nacho and, of course, the rest of the team have an opportunity to get some good information. If they take the push, Waden and Six are there to make it happen. Of course, zero tolerance now being confirmed. Triple finding Waden now all of a sudden. G3 at least with one down. But the recovery is still there. Mad Knight, they need to move on in. G3, they're still in zone. They've got an opportunity here just to hide. They've just got an opportunity to absolutely demolish the teams. Oh, Flacco, there's a nade above your head.
Yeah, this is looking so tough. But now Triple looking for a quick reposition. Nacho just trying to blaze their way on through with those utilities. Once again, looking to take control of the radio tower here, or looking to assert their dominance in this position. We got AWAM and Framar looking to also just bring in a few disruptions. But it is now going to be Zambo and Agent 47 looking to jump punch their way all the way up to alongside Nacho, who's on the outskirts, finds a beautiful spray down right there on towards Agent 47. But will they be able now to close it out all the way through? Nacho quickly trying to pick up that confirmation as well. Flacco, meanwhile, will get traded on through. We see Six also down for the count. It is Buden and Nacho looking to hold on to the comms tower. Will he be able to clutch it out all the way to the very finish? I mean, Triple sitting on their two. AWM and Framar trying to come up with that play, but a beautiful distraction coming in as Zabo steps up, gets the hit. Down goes Nacho. Come on, now it is up to Buden to bring it home. Will he be able to clutch it out? Zabo quickly trying to tend to those wounds. Oh, Buden finishes it off. Mad Knight getting sent back in third place. But now Triple Esports looking to capitalize on this position. Up they come with a beautiful rush. Already 10 eliminations under their belt. Will they make it 12? Nacho in a spot of trouble as he goes down. Now Buden looking to strafe on through. Picks up a wham. Off he goes. And it is now the 1v1 battle for that winner chicken right here on towards Erangel. It is going to be Framar coming in with the weapon with an insane amount of ammo. Look at this. He's reloading. It takes about 7 days. But once he's done, he's got 75 bullets to just utilize the living heck out of Framar. You can see, just hyping up, getting ready. They know what's about to happen. They know what's about to go down. But of course, will they step up to the challenge? Will it be Buden or will it be Framar? Oh, Buden, you can see the focus is there. Framar is now super limbered up, ready to roll on in. But it is now potentially that final shuffle. Look at this. The damage, pretty high. The eliminations on either count looking pretty good. But who will be able to get those final heads to come on in? They look relatively even with regards to those to the armor as well. Both the body armor they've got looks pretty shot up. So, you know, only a few taps will bring this one to its very end. Framar coming in with a quick few hits. Buden trying to lure them outside. Oh! Tries to get the hits in, but it's not successful. Oh, come on, strafing comes in, and with that, it goes right over on towards the side of Triple Esports as Buden runs his way right back in. Buden, you should have limbered up. We saw Framar limbering up, getting themselves psyched and ready to roll. That was the difference at the very end, but well done, well played. Triple Esports coming in with a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner right there.
I mean, we had everything going for us. We had that southern zone shift. We had the 1v1 of our dreams coming through from Ma, you know, showing off those dancing skills and how to properly stretch before a one-on-one. So absolutely fantastic. That is what you love to see. League play, last week of league play, last day of league play, coming on through and just absolutely outperforming some of the insanity that we saw yesterday, which I don't even know what's possible, in all honesty. But hey, here we are. So yeah, second last to Erangel. I don't like saying that. Done and dusted for league play, at least. Still got some other games to work with, but ooh, it's crazy.
I'm super excited that it's a second last wrangle because that means we are one step closer to making our way in towards Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend. That means that we are one step closer to making our way up in towards the finals. So there's a lot at stake here, and the team's just really delivering on that front, bringing in some beautiful PUBG. And of course, I got to say, I love that limbering coming through there from Mar. It looked fantastic. I cannot replicate that
I can't either.
even if I try. You
I
know,
can
it's
move my
going to take us.
shoulders.
Yeah, because you know we're kind of limited to this little box, so you know we can't do enough, so we can just do the box maybe or whatever. But amazing stuff coming in there nonetheless. Beautiful performance, and again a very satisfying play. Second to last, the wrangle being closed up on a very entertaining note, if we can put it that way. And I gotta say, G3 they held their position for such a long time. They asserted a lot of dominance coming into that position. But of course, end of the day, the rush came through. It went over. Triple Esports picking up that winner chicken dinner, and hopefully we'll see even more of those make their way into the battlefield.
Yeah, it would be great. I think Triple Esports, they really needed that. As we know, they definitely have to come back for that third Super Weekend because they're currently sitting in 17th place overall. So they're so close to getting into finals, but they need to make that final push forward. But as we said, second last wrangle done and dusted. Let's take a look at those highlights and just remind ourselves of the beauty and chaos.
So beautiful to watch the action unfold once again. And I gotta say, I actually like these highlights, right? Because they slowed down a little bit. So I mean, the action is so fast that way we get a better opportunity to see the action actually happening. Because I mean, it gets so frantic on this on the battlefield there as the teams continue to step on up. It's just sad that we didn't see those moves coming in from Mara once again, because I do think that was also quite entertaining to watch. But either which way, it is what it is. Let's head on over into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in this last Erangel.
Oh, Triple Esports getting close to that 30 bomb, trying to replicate some Team Umbra success here, but finding 27 points, that's going to be huge for the overall rankings for them. As we know, G3 Temper, again, they held out so long, picking up 10 eliminations, and they were put under some severe pressure, but they made it work, picking up 22 points. I think they have to be hyped, the fact that they just survived as long as they did with the absolute chaos around them.
Yeah, I mean it was a tough play, whichever way we look at it. But as we know now, Buda needs to limber up on the very end because from Mark just setting the standard on that one. But beautiful play nonetheless. Of course, we see Darkness and Mad Knight also coming in with those double digits, and YONKOUS finishing strong, coming in with a 9.0 tolerance. Also bringing their 8 points to the table there. And Virtual Gaming also keeping up the efforts. Team Umbra coming in with their 4 points. And now we need to take a look at that second page to see what the teams brought in. And this time around, it's again, every team going back with a point on the board. And that's what we love to see, the teams being able to lock in those points, because we know every point is important. And only 16 teams can advance through into that super weekend. So every and any point they can find is going to be absolutely essential for them. Of course, our current point situation is where we see Team Umbra now sitting in a beautiful spot there with 2 chickens. I got to say, that number 2 looks so great alongside the name there of Umbra. But yeah, let's hope we see a few more of those continuing to roll on through. Cryptics, SWAT still holding strong. G3 Timber now also just evening out alongside the players there from SWAT 69. Of course, Darkness also bringing in some pretty strong efforts. A little bit further down, we see the players there from Zero Tolerance. Of course, also Triple Esports. There we go. That's where we want to see them. And then the players coming through from the side there of Blackjack Esports.
Yeah, so huge opportunities for these teams. They're really raking in the points. The second page, of course, is where we see that threshold coming through. And Slime 4KT currently sitting exactly on that threshold with 26 points. I mean, a few of the other teams to highlight: Mad Knight coming through with 35, Super Young Stars keeping it up, and Intruder Africa as well. So, I mean, 25, 22... one game, one good game, and you could be swapping places at least with Slime 4KT potentially if they don't get any crazy points. That is, of course, I mean, Masters Esports Team Myth, the points, yes, we are picking them up consistently, but as we know, we've only got 3 more matches to go, and for some of the teams, that means they only have 2 more games that they actually play. So it's getting to that last point.
Yeah, so we definitely see a strong effort being put in, right? And what's really satisfying to see is the 5 teams that we said will have to really focus on their efforts coming into this week of league play, this last week. They're really bringing it, right? Because we don't see them sitting near the lower end of that leaderboard. And in fact, the teams we have sitting in those positions are relatively comfortable on the overall standing. So still, I'd love to see as many teams be able to make it in. As we know, it's only 16, but, we can hope, we can dream. But either way, some beautiful plays, again, being brought into the battlefield there. And with that, we also want to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, that all means that we are going to be moving into a quick break while we get ready for our 3rd match of the day. Of course, returning right back over on towards Miramar. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, we are moving into our third match on this final day of league play, and we are heading straight up into the desert once again to get a little bit more of that crazy insanity, which is going to be PUBG right here on your screens. And of course, well, I'm losing myself along the way, but that is just kind of the trend of the day, right? We see the teams just stepping up, popping off, going absolutely ham, bring in some really beautiful plays. And of course, we'd love to hear what you think. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram, search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. Tell us what your thoughts are. But, well, for now, we are getting ready to move into the ever dusty dunes, and we are going to be potentially hoping to see a few more of those interesting chickens making their way onto the screen.
Yeah, I'm definitely keen for a new team to come through and pick up their first winner chicken dinner. I'm keen for an absolute complete, opposite case of what we've been expecting so far on Miramar. Bring the action. Let's be absolutely bombarded with and bewildered with the confusion on Miramar. It's the last day. We want it. We want the action. And that flight path is going to be that, the teams, they have ample opportunity to get where they really want to go.
Oh, yes, and they want to go straight to that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, yes.
Will the zone allow that? Well, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But the flight path will definitely make things not too difficult, right? It's not going to be comfortable. It's not going to be easy, but it will be a little bit easier for a few of the teams as their preferred drop locations are well within reach. Now, I'm curious to see where Blackjack is going to be going. Wait, hang on. I don't think they're playing this game. I might be right in my assumption of that. And, as we know, we have groups sitting out all over the place on their particular games. And, yes, I was correct. It is going to be Group C because it's Game 3 as they sit out. So it's going to be Blackjack, G3, Team Myth, and Zero Tolerance not on the battlefield. It is going to be Group A, B, D, and E. Getting ready to just bust the move every now and then. But I don't know whether we're going to see any moves busting out, seeing that that zone has taken a shift down towards the southern side.
Wow, okay. So a lot of South coming on through today. Seems like the teams are going to be put up to a challenge there. So we've seen it once or twice. It might be a great opportunity there towards, Chumacera, maybe there towards the southern parts there of Los Leones, and maybe towards your favorite drop site. Maybe that's still in play.
Yeah, but no one drops there. So
No.
it remains my favorite drop location because it is untouched. And I love it, right? I love it. But it's not a location I'd recommend for competitive play. Ranking, as I said last time, it works beautifully. But I'll leave it there. Now, it comes down to what these rotations are going to be bringing in as we see a nice concentration of teams all the way up in towards those far northern reaches. But Cryptics, they're not too deterred, right? They are pushing straight up in towards Val del Mar, which is the spot they call home. And this is where we wait to see what those rotations will bring in. Lazy Boy, of course, as we can see there, looking super amped to be here. Just doing a little bit of that, those rocky moves, just warming up. Again, the limberness coming in. That's what you got to have. You got to have those quick reactions. You got to be able to just mold yourself into whatever shape is required.
Never thought I'd be talking about that in PUBG Mobile, but yes, okay, let's go for it. Yes, let's keep it loosey goosey. Let's keep the teams very excited into this one. Third match of the day for us, and of course we know for some of the teams it's their second last game that they can play to pick up those points to potentially get themselves into Super Weekend. So definitely let's keep the muscles loose. Let's keep them limber, as DK says. Maybe do a couple of dance moves, as we know from Mar. The absolute legend has set the bar for the rest of us. So we'll see if that's going to come to fruition. But some of the interesting spots that I am looking at is, if you take a look at Team Unique and SWAT 69, they're holding a little bit of fun, potential, I'd say, point of congestion there towards the northern side of Power Grid. A few other teams as well, a little bit shoulder to shoulder virtual gaming, Team Umbra as well. And as well, obviously we can see Triple Esports can very well get involved with either.
Yes, they can indeed get involved with either, but the question is, will they? Right? We'll have to wait. But for the time being, it is going to be from Mar, this time not busting moves. However, from Mar will be looking to move into position to keep a very watchful eye on the plays coming through here, or at least the positioning coming through from the side here of Umbras. We see Shadowin and Morteza positioned up ahead. But from what we've been seeing so far coming through from Shadowin, I'd be a little bit cautious if I was Framar, because Framar for the time being is a little bit separated from the rest of the team. So, you know, don't be too brave just yet. At least I hope Framar has limbered up. I'd love to believe that, but Morteza, oh, wow.
Okay. That did not go the way that I think Morteza wanted. And now the Lamborghini just on the ridge there is going to stay there for the time being. As Umbra now look to reassess the situation here. So, I mean, that initial push coming through, not quite hitting the mark. No jokes. I didn't mean that as a pun at all, but we'll work with it for now. And I don't know. Now taking a little bit of a longer approach here towards Triple Esports, trying to find an angle here. Master, of course, holding the line. Rest of the team, very close. They can get involved at any point in time here.
Yep, they definitely can. And it's good to see Morteza now bouncing back from that little slip and slide. But now it's whether or not Morteza can find that angle on towards Master. PRZ coming in to just try and assist a little bit with this position, but also being rather cautious on the edge of the cliff sides here, cooking up those nades as they are being sent on forward. Master also now looking to send one out in retaliation. That first one does connect somewhat on towards Master, finds a little smidgen of damage, but now will PRZ be able to blaze on through the smoke grenades we can see just popping off ahead. AWM also keeping a very watchful eye, looking to not push up too much just yet. Still want to keep a slight element of surprise. But Umbra coming in with their numbers, just really looking to bring in that defensive line, or maybe the offensive line. We'll see PRZ now coming under fire as Master. Oh, also gets traded off, wasted, coming into some quick reactions there. We can see Framar off in the distance. AWAM now looking to move in. Thor keeping a little bit of an overwatch position. But Umbra, again, going to be looking to bounce back from this one as they want to continue to push on forward.
Oh, absolutely. We want to get some of those confirmations coming on through. We want some of those elimination points. And for the time being, I mean, it's one apiece. It's pretty even. But of course, AWAM now trying to get involved here, trying to find the angle. He's going to find Morteza once again, doing some crazy things with vehicle, but for the time being, escaping. And that's going to be key. Morteza now in an opportunity to take a flank around the back line of Triple Esports. But of course, they are aware, throwing a couple of warning shots, saying, hey, what are you doing? What's going on here? What's the angle that we're working with? Thor, of course, needing to get involved from Ma as well. Just going to be able to find Shadowin. So now, Team Umbra having to try and find an angle back into this. AWAM still just on the corner here. PRZ very close. Right around the ridge line. Going to cook up a little bit of a molly to try and force the angle here. AWAM, hopefully, is going to be safe. Absolutely. But now, of course, a little bit of a bait and switch. AWAM has most of the focus to work with here.
Yeah, definitely does. And they're going to be careful because there's a lot of teams not too far away. But Umbra now laser focused onto the side of Triple. We can see Framar and Thor now trying to just play as much of a position here as they can. Meanwhile, AWAM is traded off. Thor now trying to rotate up behind them. We can see a very split approach coming in from both Thor and his teammate, trying to cover either sides of that. Now, if Triple Esports utilizes these positions and they push in, they could definitely have quite a devastating effect on the players here from Umbra. But it's going to require quite a lot of focus and synergy and teamwork to pull off a move like that. Wasted, in the meanwhile, will just be keeping a very watchful position there. Not doing too much just yet, but just third-party peeking, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, Triple Esports, they've already lost 2 members. Taking this further, we don't want to lose from Ma. I mean, he still needs to show us some dance moves later on. So hopefully the rotation can come on through. That is going to be the key, because this disengagement might just have to be the only option here. Thor already trying to get out. PRZ now finding a little bit of damage thanks to Masters Esports, who pull on up and get involved. As we know, now the third party comes through. Now the chains fights, they start. And unfortunately, Umbra going to be the recipient of that. Ban doing a lot of damage, holding Wasted to a line. And that zone shift is going to come through to really force the issue potentially for a few of these teams.
Yeah, but Cryptic, they're looking pretty dangerous down in towards the south. That is like a shark just lurking in the water. I can hear the music already starting to play, right? Oh, that's just my imagination. But either way, it is now up to the rest of the teams positioned up in towards those northern angles to try and get themselves into a little bit more of a favorable position because you know, this is all down to where they're going to be looking to position themselves up in towards Umbra, holding their ground. Things not really unfolding the way that they would have hoped. They were kind of potentially hoping to get that squad wipe with the players from the side there of Triple. But now it is down to Wasted to try and hold on to this final stand for the side of Umbra. And Masters also just going to come lurking up alongside them, looking to see if they could maybe lure anyone out, potentially looking to draw out a little bit of those engagements. Meanwhile, the rest of the team here from Masters Esports are just going to be using this time to ensure that their health bars are back into check once again.
Oh, and Wasted now being surrounded. You were talking about sharks earlier. I feel like that's exactly the feeling that Wasted is dealing with right now. It's like swimming in a sea of master sharks, just looking along the ridgeline for that confirmation. And Sin right now just being a tease, just saying, hey, I know where you are. I know, but I'm not gonna do it, but I'm close. Oh, I hate that. Oh, that would make me so nervous. But that northwestern side of the zone right now, the teams, the sheer amount of teams trying to make their migration, make their pathway into the zone through that is absolutely insane. Of course, we can see Virtual Gaming, no surprise, finding Triple Esports. Now, unfortunately, our Dance Master goes out, and it's down to one remaining hopeful here for Triple Esports.
Yeah, and of course we did see Framar now getting sent back into the lobby. The fault there was Framar did not limber up, right? It only helps if you, it only helps per map. You can't do it once and expect it to work across all of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what we saw happening right there. That's
Absolutely.
why Framar got traded off. But now if we look over on towards that more eastern side, it is where we see the players from Darkness and Unique, of course, now trying to kind of fight things out. But Darkness, they don't look to be too focused on this engagement. They are, however, looking to be prioritizing their rotations a little bit more. And I can't really fault them for that.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can see them now just looking to just stow themselves away, at least for the time being. Just trying to keep a little bit of peace and quiet on their side, because we see a very similar tactic being applied by the players coming through from the side there of Cryptics, all the way over on towards that far southwestern side of the globe.
Yeah, and they've been left to their own devices, which is always very, very dangerous. Potentially finding themselves a fantastic setup point here. And as we can see, a few teams also doing the same thing. Lusail sitting and waiting for SWAT 69 to make the rotations in alongside YONKOUS and Masters Esports. Wasted, still hiding, hoping no one's going to find him for the time being. Hopefully that is the case. Super Young Stars also coming through from that western side. So plenty of opportunities for teams to get involved, as we can see, as they try and set themselves up within these compounds and wait for the chaos to ensue. Again, plenty of space still to work with, right? I mean, yes, we have quite a number of teams. We still have 15, but it does mean that a few of these teams have some time to just sit and wait for those placements. Maybe they can survive long enough to get some really good points.
Yeah, it is going to be quite challenging, though, because we know the zone is about to pop up once again. It takes a hard shift all the way up on towards the northern side. And this is where the positioning for Virtual Gaming, as well as the players there from Mad Knight and, of course, 1 million, is going to be absolutely essential if they are looking to have a successful run on this zone. Because we can see a lot of teams now starting to converge on towards the zone, and this is where they just need to look to try and potentially leverage those positions. But we have the players there from SWAT 69 as well as Lusail up in towards the northern side, and I'm interested to see what's going to happen between the two of them.
Yeah, look, I mean, the opportunity here for them to come through is, yes, they can start a little bit of an engagement, as we can see El Chapo just holding the line, just sneaky peeking, you know, around the corner, seeing what we can work with here. Boyka is within that crosshair, so might need to be a little bit careful, but they're holding a 3-1 split, so if El Chapo gets involved here, the potential there for backup is going to be limited. Wasted now, unfortunately, being rushed through. And then N7 comes on through. Is going to get knocked, though. So potential, yes, elimination here for Team Umbra. Havlik now prepping a little bit of a nade to come through. Wasted on a sliver of HP. I don't see how they survive this.
Ooh.
But, nope, Raf is ready for it, unfortunately. But at least an elimination was picked up. So going down in 15th place, at least there's going to be 1 point. I'm not sure about the rest, but at least there's something.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good call being made there for the side of Umbra, but unfortunately we did see a nice aware play coming through as YONKOUS just applied the pressure on towards him. But now as we turn over towards the plays here from Cryptics, we can see also now the Super Young Stars looking to hold up that defensive line. But Marshall quickly lays it down on towards Lashin as they now to get traded off. It is down to Charla, Cronboy, and Joker. Up comes the heads as Charla's trying to quickly relocate and regroup back into the rest of the team. But a quick retaliation coming in as well. You can see Lazy Boy also now just about to get raised on up as Marshall is tending to the wounded. Meanwhile, El Chapo is trying to smoke up that vehicle. Joker with a quick reposition. Ooh, I'm interested to see what is going to come in here. Because we know, like Cryptics on the high ground position, they have great reach with regards to how far they can see. But now this is where Super Young Stars need to play that position as carefully as they can.
I was just watching that burning vehicle, and unfortunately Joker felt a little bit the brunt of the action thanks to virtual gaming. Now some vehicle explosions, DK. We love them. We do love them. Coming on through now, we can see Team Unique just up close and personal there towards Intruders, as well as 1 million who have a little bit of a better position to watch the action unfold. But of course, that's not necessarily the case with Intruders, who can maybe flank around and really make it difficult for them. Of course, teams finding themselves in position in zone. Cryptics now getting very close to some of the last remaining hopefuls here of Triple Esports. So a little bit of a tough position there, as you can see. As I said it, Thor, I'm sorry. Back into the lobby you go. 13 teams now remaining, making that rotation up into that zone shift now. Ooh, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, interesting rotation. Quite a long rotation now having to come through here for the side of Cryptics. Already sitting with those 2 eliminations under their belt. And again, we see the players from Mad Knight holding that more southern position within the zone. Curious to see where Virtual Gaming is going to be looking to potentially move themselves up into, as we see them just up ahead. Cryptics also now just exploring their options with regards to those rotations. But we can see Alpha Luigi now focusing onto the players here from the Super Young Stars, that it is going to be Charla and Cronboy now trying to find their way on through in and amongst that rotation coming through now from the side of Darkness.
Oh, a little bit of a sandwich coming through now. Cryptics just behind them coming on through, looking for the angles, but Tornado ready for it. Absolutely beautiful purview of what's happening, them keeping that awareness in check. And as we see, a little bit of a reposition having to come through with that zone, pulling on in and forcing their hand. Of course, Cronboy is down, so Senke going to be doing a little bit of a chase here, trying to find Tornado. Gets a little bit of that revenge. Out the vehicle we go, but not quite the connection they need. Senke now knocked. All of a sudden, it's Marshall and El Chapo that need to hold the line against Darkness. The 3 of Darkness looking to get that confirmation. Here comes the line. And Leno trying to be sneaky. Needs to have the corner, though, but El Chapo is going to hold the line. Maybe get the confirmation as well. There it is. All of a sudden, this is a 2-on-2 situation here. Jumping out of the corner we go. Moment is going to be finding El Chapo. And now, down to 1 member remaining. It's Marshall who has to hold the line in the zone against Darkness. Finding 1. And it is Moment that is left. So, I mean, this is heavy losses for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, but definitely Darkness putting up a really good performance here alongside that push coming through from Cryptics. But as we can see, Blue Zone, it's in the 4th phase. It is going to be causing quite a bit of damage here. And now Marshall is going to be trying to close that up, picks up the confirmation. Well, almost does. Blue Zone kind of beats Marshall to the finish there. Moment now also having to quickly try and recuperate, as we can see Moment eyeing that vehicle. Now this is where the rotations are going to be of utmost importance, as we have the teams looking to get themselves back up in towards the zone. But this is where maybe... Ooh, Moment is not going to wait. No, Marshall finds the hit, but he's not going to make it out in a one piece. Down he goes. Blue Zone says goodbye to them. And we are down to our top 11 teams now to fight it out for a controlling position coming in towards the zone. It is going to be pretty tough all the way across the board, as we can see now. Mad Knight over on towards the southwestern side, looking to gatekeep the players here from Virtual Gaming as they get ready to push on forward. But Unique and right there up alongside them as the shots come through. Look at this. Sleek and the rest of the team from Unique is going to town, finding that first knock on towards Zeus. But now Mad Knight in a position where they could potentially throw a few spanners in the works.
Virtual Gaming just out in the open. Beautiful line of sight, unfortunately, to the enemy. As you can see, rotations coming on through and Unique picking up those eliminations. Lusail now alongside SWAT 69, holding the line, wanted. Just throwing a couple of warning shots. Finding the connection though, but don't worry about it. Salam is there with the backup. Beautiful nade right on the head of El Chapo. And now SWAT 69 down to Yash, who's holding the line, trying to find an angle towards Salam. But again, the zone. That is the controlling factor here. And down to 1 tick we go, and down to potentially nothing it is for SWAT 69, depending on how many eliminations they picked up, of course. But the rest of the team still have to make their rotations. And again, YONKOUS now in the same position.
Ooh. Oh, Petrox. Just some really devastating blows being dealt right there. But of course, Petrox also not out of the jungle just yet. Still having to try and push through into this next phase. Being the last remaining hopeful for the team. Already sitting with 7 eliminations for the squad collectively. But now, again, those positions are going to be absolutely essential. We have the players here from Mad Knight. Still rocking with strong numbers. Looking to leverage that in their favor. We have Lewis. We saw on the mini-map now starting to also rotate on through. Unique also advancing their way up on towards the edge. But Mad Knight focusing their efforts all the way across towards Lusail, who are on the edge of that blue zone. Of course, blue zone now starting to move on forward. They will have to rotate on through. But where will they go? A lot of teams super eager and super hungry to welcome them up into that zone.
Absolutely, Sign for KT. They also need to finish up their rotation, but Team Unique back on the chopping block they go as they look to find a potential little bit of success here towards Mad Knight. But of course, they are still pretty split up. We've got Exist right on the front line, being a little bit of the bait as the rest of the team tries to make that flank. A split up position here from Unique as they fight up against Mad Knight, who are pushing the line further and further. Exist taking quite a bit of damage here as Kauto and the Beast moving on forward. But oh, the cover is there. The teamwork is in check. Now these nades could be absolutely detrimental here to Mad Knight if they make the connection. And the duo split now up against a little bit of a 1-1-2 split, I guess, coming through from Team Unique as they try and make a flank around Mad Knight and get the angles.
Yeah, up comes the push now. Will they be able to lock in those angles, though? That is going to be the question. Zamo now just trying to dance around the hillside. Meanwhile, YONKOUS make their way back into the lobby there as Lewis gets sent on back. Unique looking up the nades, sending them over, trying to reach up to the side there of the players from Mad Knight. Mad Knight still holding strong, got all their players up. Same can be said for the side of Unique, so it's a beautiful trade-off either side. That Rez essentially about to come on through. Beast now just trying to dodge the flames. But look at this, Unique looking to apply the pressure as they now come pushing forward. It is going to be Exist coming in on the one angle. We got Scope and the rest of the squad trying to apply the pressure from the other. Zamo, with a slight bit of angle approach here. Lusail getting traded off the shots coming in. Scope coming under fire as we have the players there from 1 million. And of course, the Intruders sitting right up behind them. So the third-party play is not stopping anytime soon. But this is what makes it so essential for good positioning within these zones. As you can see, that next shift taking a beautiful yeet in towards the more northern regions.
Oh, Intruder at any point in time can get involved here. And as you can see, Agent 47 trying to be the hitman here for Mad Knight, trying to find the angle as they find themselves in that 3v4 situation. Unique still holding the line, but not as healthy as they would want. The health bar's in the red, looking to hold it. Kato just towards the side. Agent 47 pushing on in, up on this ridge line. At any point in time, it's going to be that leap over the threshold that is going to be how they're going to hold this line. Unique. Beautiful spray coming through. Kato goes down. Agent still in this, trying to find the angle. But where are the rest of the team? Winky actually holding the back line and now getting knocked. So this is an opportunity for Mad Knight. They just need to push on forward. But cautiously they go as Exist has a huge spray looking for Agent 47. And it is going to be Mad Knight sent back to the lobby as Unique make a team elimination happen of a lifetime. But Intruders, hey, chain fighting, third parties, let's go.
Yeah, chain fighting galore. Here we are. Of course, Unique now looking to push into Intruder as well. Up comes a beautiful hit on towards Hemo. Scope now going to be trying to close it out. We have Raouf and Omar now just holding up the front line here. It is down to Omar. Oh! Down goes Scope. Off they go. Unique getting sent away, but up comes that big bad blue zone. Omar does not make it out just yet with that confirmation on towards Virtual Gaming as Petrox gets traded off. You can see Zeus for the side there of Slime, 4KT, just holding on the outskirts of zone, yet to rotate on through the blue zone, applying the pressure. Intruder holding strong down to Raouf. But will Raouf be able to make enough of an impact going up against the full squad of 1 million? Not only do they have strong numbers, but they also have a dominating position up on the high ground. And now they're going to come down to where this final zone is potentially going to be shifting up towards.
Yeah, I mean, Masters, the next team that's got the better position and in terms of the better numbers, yes, but 1 million, they've just got such perfect purview of whatever any team tries to do. So if that zone shifts up towards them, it might be done and dusted. We'll have to wait and see. Still plenty of teams involved. And shooters down to 1, 4KT down to 1, as we can see. And they are split up right on the edge of zone, trying to hide, trying to stay alive. But, hey, Masters Esports now have an opportunity here to just snake on in and maybe take it as they find Zeus. They need to be careful, though. The third parties are going to start happening here as that zone shift rotation needs to come in.
Oh, now it is down to that rush in its zone. That repositioning is going to be absolutely essential. Raouf trying to tap away, trying to play that position. 1 million still having good numbers, but not locked in with those positions within the zone. Knight now going to be looking to move up. We've got Eflex holding that watchful position. Nice overwatch. Good angle, good amount of information can be gathered from there. But now, Ilyas getting traded off. It is down to Ban and Sin to hold up that front line for Masters. Oh, down goes Ban as well. Sin also now getting picked on up as Knight comes through with a beautiful position there. Absolutely dominating play. But now 1 million are going to be rushing forward, looking to pick up Raouf. Raouf being the final player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. Ooh, there we go. First hit comes in, almost gets the knocks. All right, there we go. Trade-off being locked up. Up comes Knight now looking to move in, but up comes Black Lost to land the final blow. No, that was Raouf. Well done, well played though. Beautiful finish as we see the players there from 1 million picking up yet another fantastic performance.
Wow, wow, wow. So, I mean, we were waiting for a little bit of confusion to come through, maybe a little bit of chaos to happen, and 1 million capitalizing on that and having fantastic position. And even with that zone shift, because of that advantage with the numbers, because they managed to actually pick up Masters Esports, their biggest rival in that final zone, they pretty much set themselves up there for that 4v1, which, I mean, Raouf finding two kills, not bad, not bad at all. They're picking up some points at least. I think it's really great to see these teams sort of shifting and changing their perspective there towards Miramar, you know, really maybe seeing those focuses on towards, you know, rotations, making heavier investments so that they can actually get those points.
Yeah, I got to say, a really good investment being put forth there by the players from 1 million, as we saw. They just managed their zone positioning so well, and they were able to kind of prioritize their positioning over getting too aggressive unnecessarily, and it paid off beautifully for them, making their way up in towards that final zone, then being presented with the opportunity to just go to town and, you know, send Raouf back to lock in and secure that winner chicken dinner. So good play coming through from 1 million of that, of course, being their first winner chicken dinner in this week of league play. So, you know, it's good to have that come in board, and we'd love to see even more. We know over in Super Weekend, they've already been able to secure 3. So they're just reminding us once again that they also are a team that is able rather to bring in those winner chicken dinners. But a very satisfying performance coming in once again over on towards Miramar. And now we're getting close to that point where we are getting ready to move into our final map of each here for today. And that, of course, would also mean it's going to be the final maps for this week of league play. But before we get too far in towards that, we also have a few highlights coming up just to remind the viewers of a few of the amazing plays we saw coming in on the battlefield once again. Is anything in particular that stood out for you in this match?
I think it definitely comes down to the amount of solos we actually had surviving that long as they did. I mean, they really are making sure that they are just staying safe.
Okay, fair enough. So, well, let's hop into the highlights to see a few of those beautiful plays come in once again. So great to see the players there from 1 million just really playing such a beautiful positional game. And it worked out super favorably for them, of course, as we see, or rather saw there that Wada Chicken Dinner coming in. But now what I'm curious to see is what our match rankings look like after the teams were popping off on Miramar once again. And of course, it is going to be 1 million coming in with 24 points, managing to find 9 eliminations alongside that winner Chicken Dinner.
Oh, they were staying active, that is for sure. I mean, INTRUDER Africa coming through in third place, even though they survived till second place because Masters picking up 7 in eliminations, making a huge statement there, picking up some great needed points. Of course, we know Virtual Gaming still involved. We saw a huge double date coming through from Petrox there, so not a surprise to see them picking up those 7 eliminations. And as you start to trickle down the board, Team Unique, they did a fantastic job of managing that third party, unfortunately, but they did get taken out at the end due to the third party. So close, but no cigar. Coming through, Mad Knight picking up 3 points. And I mean, that's 8th position. So when you go to the second page, it's no surprise to see we start seeing those 3s and 2s and 1s. Unfortunately, Triple Esports the only team to not be able to pick up points into this insane Miramar. But I mean, they had a huge game previously. So for the time being, maybe they're okay on the overall rankings. Maybe.
Yeah, well, only time will tell, and we'll get into the overall rankings in a second there. But yeah, we'd like to see those points continue to push on through as we now hop onto the overall rankings. We can see the players there from Team Umbra maintaining that pole position. Cryptics, of course, still hot on their heels. We see SWAT up there. We've got Darkness, 1 million, Zero Tolerance, up on towards those 55 points. So, yeah, some good plays coming in. Not a lot of changes really across the board on that top side, but this is where we look to see where the teams currently find themselves. As we know, only the top 16 teams will be advancing forward. So, Triple holding on to that 9th place. Not bad. INTRUDER, of course, right there, hot on their heels. And we also then see the players from Virtual Gaming and Mad Knight sitting down into 14th and 15th position.
Wow, and Slime4KT is still on that threshold right on 16th place with 35 points this time around. So if you take a look at that last page, I mean, Masters Esports sitting on 33, 2 points difference between them and actually getting to top 16. Not a huge leap whatsoever. Same can even be said for YONKOUS. Team Myth, on the other hand, have a little bit of a larger leap to make, you know, just slightly. But we'll see what happens. We still got 2 more games, 1 more game, at least for some of the groups that they have to work with. So it's getting to that point. I think we're starting to get an idea of who's going to be coming through for our last Super Weekend.
It's getting close, right? We right on the edge, and of course, speaking about on the edge, we need to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So, I'm feeling that the teams are super psyched to move into these next few plays. Of course, match 4 will mean that is going to be the final showing for the players coming in on Group A. So they're going to have to bring everything they can. We also know match 4 means Group B will be sitting it out. So a lot of potential players could still be coming in from this, but who knows what that battlefield will hold. You'll have to stay tuned and join in on our next match as we are going to be taking a quick break. So see you guys in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. We are moving into our final Erangel of league play. That's it. Not only just today, but it is going to be the final one, right? So it's going to be that final opportunity for teams to step on through, particularly the teams coming through in Group A, as this will be their last match to bring in a few of those points. And we know Group A consists of Cryptics, Darkness, Mad Knight, and Team Umbra. So if Mad Knight is looking to make it into Super Weekend, this will be the match in which they will have to pop off like it's no one's business. So maybe we could see a very exciting performance coming through there from them. But of course, well, only time will tell as we now get ready to make our way into our final Erangel. The plane has started, has taken off, and it is time to move into the action. Of course, I want to give a big shout out going out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And we'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts are. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram. You can search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa and tell us who you think will be those teams making it through into this final Super Weekend. Of course, looking at the flight path as it is starting up north, heading down south. And yeah, G3 definitely gonna be having to go for one of those alternate drop locations, as they won't have easy access straight into farm.
Yeah, look, it's going to be definitely quite a bit interesting to see these teams pulling out those alternate drop sites. As we know, maybe even a little bit of contention for those alternate drop sites, because there are some overlaps, as we've seen time and time again. I mean, no surprise. Actually, interesting surprise. Virtual Gaming, they're up towards Saverni. They've done it once or twice. This time around, maybe it is the opportune moment. So, taking a look at it, of course, I mean, Slime for PT in their normal positions, Zero Tolerance relatively normal, YONKOUS relatively normal, Cryptics looking relatively normal. That zone, for once, looking relatively normal. I mean, plenty of opportunities for the teams really to get into the zone. Not horrible rotations that they really have to deal with. Maybe the team and Masters will have a longer rotation, and Mad Knight as well, all the way towards Promosk. So yeah, it's looking fairly, I guess, opportune for these teams, as well as 1 million in Myth right now.
Yeah, and they could kick us off to a little bit of a interesting start here. So we can see Eflex now cooking up the nade, looking to send it over to Broly. Ooh, playing a little bit of tag, I guess it is, as we can see Eflex now just quickly now looking to reposition. And I mean, Myth trying to find those angles in towards 1 million. But 1 million coming in with a very spread out approach. As we can see Broly on the front line, not really budging too much. And it does seem like Momin, Ramsey, and Farok are looking to find a way to potentially turn up the aggression on towards 1 million.
Yeah, look, I mean, a great start for either team if they can make it happen. Team Myth, of course, we know they need quite a bit of a leap if they want to get themselves some points there on towards that top 16. I mean, sitting on 9 right now, they need a huge game to come through and maybe steal a slot in the next Super Weekend. 1 million, of course, they're quite comfortable. I mean, they're in 6th place right now. They don't have to stress so much. But maybe they're looking to give themselves as much of a buffer as possible, or maybe prove a point. We'll see. But right now, I mean, Myth taking a bit of a rotation here, trying to find an angle into the action. Of course, we know 1 million, they've just gone silent. It's all just down to Myth trying to find an angle into this one. They're the ones that have to push up. They're the ones that need the points. So the pressure's on them to make their move.
Yeah, and again, it's not well, it is rather weird seeing Myth sitting all the way up in towards the 19th position, right?
Yeah.
Because if we look at the at Super Weekend standings, he's sitting up in 2nd place with the most chicken dinners under their belt out of all the teams, right? So is Myth just here to unwind a little bit? We don't know. Are they having an off day? Again, we don't know. But hopefully things will work out for them and they will get whatever it is that they are looking to get in today's games. Be it just participating, fantastic. Be it a beast mode play, fantastic. Whichever they give us, either way, we'll be super satisfied with whichever way it goes. And now, we look to see what the teams are going to be bringing in with regards to those rotations. It does seem like Myth are going to be looking to now just set up a little bit of a potential anchor point as we have Farok and Broly now just quickly acquiring a few vehicles before maybe committing to a little bit more of an extreme rotation. We also see the players from SWAT 69 and Darkness getting into a beautiful back and forth as we have SWAT 69 actually now pushing into two of the players here from Darkness. We see Tornado and Atleno now just trying to hold the fort, while the rest of the team from SWAT 69 also now is looking to move in and potentially looking to fortify their efforts here.
Yeah, I mean, they could come through right behind SWAT 69 if SWAT 69 didn't take that immediate disengagement to regroup potentially with Fash, who is, of course, safe and sound closer towards farms, so that looks to be the case here. They have already lost the beer, so they're not looking to lose anyone anytime soon. Of course, Team Umbra and YONKOUS getting closer and closer, as we can see, finding themselves with a little bit of a hold here, as YONKOUS could rotate from Rozok, but for the time being, they're still in zone. They don't have to make any decisions anytime soon. For now, they've got some time. Mad Knights and Cryptics, on the other hand, they have to make their rotations in alongside Intruders, alongside Masters, who are closer to the zone than the rest. So this is an opportunity now, potentially, for, I guess, Intruders to take a little bit more of that south, sort of eastern side rotation, as we can see. I mean, Milta, Shelter, Milta Power even, still pretty open. Even the northeastern side of the zone, it's bare. Like, there's no one there.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential positions where those rotations could, of course, head up in towards. But, are the teams aware of those openings? No. So only scouting will be able to give them that information. But at least for the time being, the teams don't have to fret too much, right? It is still early phase. We also know that Blue Zone is starting to close on through, so they can ride the storm, sip on that blue a little bit. But essentially, those rotations will have to make its way on through. Intruder also now just exploring the options on that Sosnovka military base. We got the players here from Virtual Gaming now starting to disengage from Severny. But we do see YONKOUS and Umbra starting to light up the kill feed there as those hits are starting to come on through. Umbra already having that first knock coming up in towards them, so a good start. But now we look to see whether or not YONKOUS are going to be looking to dial up the aggression and potentially try to get a bit of a squad wipe going.
Oh, a little bit of options here. As you can see, Umbra now having to defend themselves up against YONKOUS coming through for that final drive, for that final confirmation, hopefully. We'll see. Morteza down. Shadowwood and Wasted up and around PRZ as well, looking for the angles. They have information. They heard the vehicles rolling up. They're trying to get those connections. Havlik in the neighboring building, just staying quiet for the time being and waiting for that opportunity push on through, and a potential great flank from them as well. As you can see, YONKOUS slowly but surely surrounding Umbra and looking for the angles. That res is going to be popped off, but PRZ with a great flanking position could be the determinant here. Coming on through, they could jump into the action at any moment's notice, and YONKOUS might not know about it.
But this is also going to be a very important engagement for YONKOUS, because YONKOUS currently sitting on 25 points. They are 10 points away from potentially making it up in towards top 16. Umbra having a very controlling position here because they are sitting at the top of the leaderboard. So they are in no need of points here, but they can prevent YONKOUS from acquiring any of those additional points. We can see Shadowwind now getting traded off, so that will be the first point on the board for the side of YONKOUS. Wasted now trying to come in with a bit of a spray down. Oh, rough, trying to hold up that line. Out comes Utilities once again, looking to put a bit of a stop to those potential advances. Wasted now, trying to play those angles. Morteza keeping a watchful eye just on the side of the wall, as we can see, towards that southern side of school. But Wasted still holding up in the building. YONKOUS having a full squad. They have the numbers, but will they be able to leverage that now against Umbra?
That is the question here. Ooh, a couple of nades being thrown through the corridors as Wasted. A little bit down towards that HP line, but PLZ, of course, joining the action. Havlik on the roof with the potential here. Just looking for the feet of Wasted. Just peek on through, why don't you? Time, though, is going to be of the essence. As you can see, that zone shifting on through means the teams are going to be rotating on into some potential central zone action, which is where we find YONKOUS and Team Umbra here. Longer they take, the more potential there is for maybe even the likes of a few other teams to get involved. Now, I mean, information is key at this point, right? The teams, both of them, looking for the angles here, looking for the players. Because spread up approach does mean that Havlik is going to find Wasted. So this is potentially
Be a good finish coming in for Umbra, or will this be a good finish coming in for the side here of YONKOUS? We can see they have now been reduced down to 3 with that beautiful nade. Ooh, but it does seem like Masters are also a little bit interested in the position up in towards school, but I don't think they are going to be able to pick up in time. We see Myth also alongside them, and down goes Morteza. As we jump straight up into the action, we see Myth Moment trying to come through with a bit of a blaze here. Oh, down they go as well, and now it is down to Ramsey. Will he be able? Masters stops them right there in their tracks. So YONKOUS on a good run, finding some decent points, but it is going to be end of the road there for Team Myth.
I mean, both Myth and Umbra only picking up 1 elimination, so 1 point to their name for the time being. Now Masters trying to reset, of course, and YONKOUS looking to get involved. Chain fighting, here we go, let's take it. That zone, of course, has centered around school, so right now they hold a pretty central position. They have an opportunity here to take that, of course, a little bit further, or just take a bit of an easier rotation. We see Intruders now rolling up right behind Darkness. So that's a potential little bit of an interesting point of view. Cryptics there towards that northwestern side, relatively unscathed and alone for the time being. They're keeping to the edge, and they're just waiting for the teams ahead of them to make their decisions. There's a few more teams up towards the central side, but for the time being, pretty quiet. I mean, 13 teams left now. Not a lot of potential contentions other than Darkness and Intruders. The teams are just making the rotations and hoping to prioritize some great positioning.
Yeah, definitely looking to prioritize that, and there's so many options for where these teams could be looking to rotate in towards. It's going to come down to which decisions they decide to make, and of course looking a little bit on towards that more southern side of the current zone. You see the players here from SWAT 69 and, of course, Intruder with the addition of Darkness holding up right there alongside them. But now, zone getting ready to pop up once again. The teams will have to now start moving over on towards that eastern side. As Slime, Blackjack, Darkness, Intruder, SWAT 69 already find themselves well within that zone. Same can be said coming through for the players there from G3 Temper. But now, we see Virtual Gaming starting to rotate on in. Cryptics also on the move. But as we know, it's going to be a bloodbath in that more centralized zone.
Yeah, especially from the southwest or even the western side of that zone, as so many teams have to make that rotation. That shift was absolutely crazy, moving to what we had with the eastern part of that previous zone. So huge change up here for the teams, especially the ones who generally do prefer maybe, you know, more towards Ruins or Pachinki. They're going to have a bit of a fun time. And I mean, for Slime 4KT, Yasnaya Poliana, that's their home ground. This is where they drop time and time again on Erangel. So keen to see what they can potentially do with this. And again, those open fields, if that zone goes there, it's going to be a very fun time. As you can see, G3 Temper making the rotation right behind what looks like Blackjack Esports alongside YONKOUS. So plenty of opportunity to get shot at. And as we can see, Lelouch will be the deciding factor here for Blackjack Esports to potentially get involved in this.
Yeah, that was a good call coming in from Lelouch, picking up a quick knock on towards Buden. And I mean, at this point, it's not essential for those confirmations to come in, right?
Nah.
Just tapping away at the opposition, getting those knocks in, but also forcing them to utilize their meds, right? Because eventually you're going to get that knock in and they won't have many meds left. So they're going to, slowly succumb to the damage. So that in and of itself is also a potential strategy. But now, Blackjack just trying to play the position over on towards this western side. But this is where they need to still, be relatively cautious, because we've got Virtual Gaming just north of them. And of course, the players from YONKOUS sitting over on towards that western side. And that all, not even including the players here from G3 we can see. But also, there's several more teams right up behind them. So the pressure will be high. We got the players here from SWAT 69 as well as Intruder. And then, of course, also Masters Esports, all sitting over on towards this more western side of the zone.
I do love the rotation the Cryptics is taking, though. Coming through from that northern side, maybe heading a little bit more towards the eastern side of course, Slime 4KT, who have a very split position within Yasnai Poliana. They're holding the line, making sure that no team can really set themselves up within that compound, as we can see. But Cryptics have now pulled on in. They have a spot on Plaza. They have line of sight and a potential to even move towards Mansion and completely take over that pretty much open eastern side of the zone. So we'll see. That zone shift might make their call either valid or not valid, depending on where it's going to go. And a few of the teams, of course, centering up as they get ready for that shift coming in. Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
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 oh.
oh, oh, oh.
As you see,
Open
zone.
fields.
Yeah, up and towards the north. This is where it is going to be quite the challenge. But I'm pretty sure the teams who are wrapping up their plays here are going to be keen for those final pushes. As we know, there's going to be Cryptics, Darkness, Mad Knight, and Team Umbra. But how much so will they look to dial it up? As you can see, the players here from Intruder now come rushing forward onto Darkness. Oh, and they are holding up the front line towards their door. Oh, but the knocks lining up one after the other. Down goes Moment. Tornado getting traded. It is Whites and Raouf down for the side here of Intruder. It is up to Omar and Hemo to hold strong. But Manuel anticipating that there could be someone at the door. Indeed it is. It is Omar. But Omar is knocked on down. Hemo going for the res on Weiss. Oh, look at this nade. Could this be the one to close it out? Manuel, one beautiful leap off the roof could close it out for the players there from Intruder. And we can see Darkness coming in with even more points. But Intruder being able to pull that quick res in. Now as we see Raouf getting lit up by the Molly. Hemo getting cornered. Is he going to be able to survive the flames? No option really to move. Oh, he gets picked up by the pain. And now this is where Intruder are in trouble as they have to pack their bags and head back up in towards the lobby. Of course, SWAT 69 also now going to be looking to add their 2 cents to the fight. As we see them pushing in from that southern side. G3 also now on towards that southern edge. But Blackjack and YONKOUS in a little bit of contention over on towards that southwestern side. So a lot of congestion coming in towards the southern side.
Of course, I mean, we've got 1 million making their rotations as well. SWAT 69 under fire now as they try find a line in as well. And again, Cryptics, they've made that eastern side rotation, so now they can potentially gatekeep the team here of Mad Knight, who are also trying to take, hopefully, a little bit of a safer approach. At least they thought so. YONKOUS, Blackjack finding each other now. Reverb a little bit alone as the rest of the team still has to rotate and regroup to get involved in the action here. So, a 1-on-3 for the time being, but maybe the rest of the team can find a beautiful potential crossfire here. MG has joined the party. Have a look now. Front line trying to reset, trying to get a nade in, maybe just to at least give them some time to set up for this fight. As we know, Lewis is out, so nades and smokes all being deployed so they can try and get those health bars in check and get on and ready for this fight.
Yeah, and the pressure is going to be on, right? There's not a lot that can prepare you for the uncertainty that could be coming through from this next potential zone shift, but however, YONKOUS looking pretty good and golden as they are now just tapping away as G3 are looking to get themselves into that bowl. And Izuraf coming in with some beautiful sprays. Just adding a little bit of pain there. But that could be the opportunity now for SWAT 69. Maybe to come in and pick up a few of those eliminations along the way. And there's still a lot of that edge playing coming through. And of course, Cryptics, no strangers to that, as we can see them now going toe-to-toe here with 1 million. Senke with a beautiful trade-off, picking up E-Flex. Dexter, the next one to step on in. Oh, down they go though. Dexter getting traded off as well. Senke, Dexter both go down. The Marshall, Carry Boy looking to hold strong. Black Last now is going to be the last remaining hopeful for the side here of 1 million. We've got Slime 4KT Plaza also just looking to slowly but steadily tap away, applying a little bit of pressure on towards Black Lost. But Carry Boy, hearing those shots, could potentially come to inspect. And maybe we could see a spray down coming through in the direction of Plaza. But look at the nade, it's getting cooked, it's getting sent. Will it reach all the way across? Oh, yes, indeed it does. I mean, look at the confidence there. Carry Boy not even daring to look back, just chucks it out. It's like, you know what?
I got it. It's fine.
It's there. Yeah.
It's okay. Nah, it's cool. Blackjack now looking to get some of that confidence as well as they push on into YONKOUS. Havlik going to be holding the line as they find one, looks for the second. SWAT 69 also getting taken out in the meantime as Blackjack are losing numbers. Some confirmations coming on through. And now the reset. Lelouch out in the window, has a nade in hand, is going to get caught out, but resets in time to find Havlik. Rough jumping in and not jumping in time. Unfortunately, YONKOUS get taken out by Blackjack as they were the ones to start and finish the engagement. Cryptics making rotations. It's going to be right in between G3 Temper and, of course, Darkness. Oh, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, of course, Marshall already starting to swing away as you can see those hits coming through. Manuel now trying to smoke it up, but of course, grass does not stop bullets. It sounds like a really strange game of rock, paper, scissors. Just a PUBG version of that. Marshall and the rest of the players here from Cryptics now looking to quickly reposition themselves. They need to still find a way in towards zone. G3 right on the edge, could be welcoming them in. Meanwhile, up north, it is going to be the players here from Masters making their way back in towards the lobby as Slime 4KT stops them dead in their tracks. But now, Slime also coming in with a bit of rotation on towards that northeastern side, finding some clear pathways, at least for the time being. But Al Chapo runs straight up into the nade coming through from G3. Ho-ho! Off it goes Senke, now getting picked up as well as Manuel sends in a beautiful and lending a beautiful hand onto the side here of G3. It is going to be the players from Darkness, Cryptics, and G3 fighting for the position over on towards the southeastern side. Six picks up the trade-off on towards Senke. Gary Boy now going to be the last hopeful here for Cryptics. Oh, up comes the rush, and they close it off as Nacho stops it right there for Cryptics. It is signed, sealed, and delivered. Of course, Darkness still going to be looking to contest the players here from G3 for a potential position.
Look, G3, they were wanting to bring up their performance here coming through into this last week, and they want to get into Super Weekend, and they want to take it that much higher. Manuel now trying to make a line through to G3 Temper is going to unfortunately be on the receiving end of a fantastic crossfire from G3 Temper as they confirm Darkness back in the lobby. Though, now we have to look at it. There's a bit of a recovery that has to come through as two of the players of G3 are going to be down and out for the count. Waden and, of course, the rest of the team having to reset. Flacco also trying to go for those res while we wait for the rest of the teams to make rotations. It's only Waden that's actually in the zone alongside Blackjack Esports. We're holding the line and waiting for these teams like Virtual Gaming and Zero Tolerance to make their rotations in.
Oh, and this is going to be a very tough rotation coming through for Zero Tolerance and Virtual Gaming. Slime 4KT having it a little bit easier, but still not smooth sailing, as we can see them now coming under fire as Zeus is going to try and just pick off a few long-range spray downs. Plaza taking hit after hit. Up comes the other Zeus for a little bit of a saving grace there. But Plaza does get picked up with that molly. And down they go as the nade comes in to close it off. That will be the end of the road. Slime 4KT now looking to just come blazing on through here as we see Zeus looking to roll on in. Flacco up ahead. But Zeus fixated on the smoke. Pronto trying to rush in with a quick vehicle play. Flacco goes down. Buden comes in for the save. But now it turns to Nacho, as it is going to be Pronto and Nacho to face off over on the edge. And unfortunately, Nacho gets traded away. It is down to our final three teams. Oh, Slime 4KT coming in with an absolutely devastating performance, but Virtual Gaming rolling up with 4 players still up and at it.
Yeah, they've been left to their own devices for the time being. It's Blackjack and 4KT that have been taking some huge losses in the insanity that's been happening so far. Even Blackjack now, MG down to a sliver of HP, has to pop the mid and just hold the line. Wait for it. You can't get involved at this time. And Virtual Gaming, with the numbers that they have to work with, they can literally gatekeep both of these duos. Now, Petrox trying to reposition here, looking for a bit of a better line towards Blackjack, potentially even Slime 4KT. But as we look at it, all of the teams in the zone, the next shift might make the final crucial point here for these teams. So as we know, even though you've got the numbers, if you don't have the position, it's going to be a tough time rotating on into the action here. Zeus right between, right next to Pronto and maybe even next to MG as well. So this might be a little bit of a funny crossfire that they can have here. I mean, the ridgeline is there to protect them, but for how long?
We don't know, hey? We really honestly don't know. But we can see now, Slime 4KT looking to play in from that eastern side. Virtual Gaming, they have a controlling position within the zone And all they got to do is just defend that zone, hoping that Slime Pocket T and Blackjack could exchange a few hits in and around themselves. Zeus, of course, coming through. That's not thunder that you hear. That is the AWAM tapping away there at the hand of Zeus. But Pronto also now just looking to find a potential approach, a potential play to get back in. We see, Alpha Luigi, Zeus, and one shot. Positioned within the zone. Now we still have Metrox over on towards that outlying region. But now look at this. Lelouch up on the roof, trying to play a little bit of high ground. But that blue zone is going to force the rotation now to come on in. But Virtual Gaming lying in wait, anticipating a potential push coming through there from the side of Blackjack. NG just quickly leaping in towards the edge. Almost in. But Slime4 KT also going to be looking to defend their own region. But this could be in the bag for Virtual Gaming if they just focus on prioritizing these engagements as they come through.
Yeah, look, it's going to come down to who's going to make that first move, who's going to look for that aggression, who's going to look for those eliminations. That's going to be about it. Timing is all that these teams really have as they snake on through the grass. MG looking for a bit of an angle here to get involved either with Virtual Gaming or Slime4KT, who are currently, unfortunately, receiving the brunt of the damage that Petrox and the rest of Virtual Gaming are throwing at them. Literally, the nades are popping on and off, and we can see a few being sent the way of Blackjack. So it's going to come down to timing. It's going to come down to who's going to jump on into the action first.
Well, anyone can jump into the action, but it definitely looks like Virtual Gaming is trying to ride this one out as long as they possibly can. And of course, Slime and Blackjack, both teams just holding their position, right? They don't want to be the next team to fall. They don't want to get sent out in that third play. But Slime, they have to step it up, right? This is why they're playing like this, because they want to try and secure their position coming into Super Weekend. That's why they're fighting to finish strong. And Blackjack now coming under fire could mean that opportunity could be opening up for Slime. Down goes MG. Oh, this could be the one for the books, as it is now going to be Slime coming in with a 9 eliminations alongside the full squad from Virtual Gaming. Petrox about to receive a nice little package there. It's not a gear package, but it is a package indeed. Now, Pronto trying to come in with a little bit of spray down here. Zeus also just trying to play those angles. Petrox trying to line it up. But Zeus just using that vehicle. Some good coverage being applied there. The zone now moving into right in between these teams. Zeus still very cautious. Comes in. Pronto with a quick hit onto its Alpha Luigi. There we go. Will this be the turning point? Slime fighting for their slot in the Super Weekend. Virtual Gaming doing exactly the same. But who will be the one to lock in at that position? I honestly don't know, but up comes the Petrox. Picks up Zeus. Come on. Oh, Pronto up ahead and down he goes. Beautiful players. Petrox picks up that final play to close it up and take that winner chicken dinner for Virtual Gaming. Absolutely fantastic finish, but I'm also pretty sure Slime will not be disappointed with their finish. But absolutely fantastic play. Virtual Gaming, of course, picking up their first winner chicken dinner right here in this week of league play.
Look, I love it. I love that we're seeing so many different teams really picking up those winner chicken dinners, that we're seeing them picking up those points. That's huge. I mean, it means that the teams, once again, they're prioritizing differently. It means that you can see we're getting to that final line. As we know, this is the last week of league play. This is the second last map of league play done and dusted. We only have one more Miramar left. And for some of the groups, well, one of the groups at least, they've played the last game. So if they didn't pick up the points here, well, you're going to have to hope that it's going to be enough to get yourself into the next Super Weekend. As we know, for some of the teams, it's a little bit more dire of a situation than the rest. Well, most of the rest have set themselves up absolutely beautifully. It's been huge on Super Weekend points. So league play coming on through, giving us a little bit of that taste of the chaotic action we've come to expect from these teams. And, I mean, beautiful performance once again for Virtual Gaming. Great position, great numbers, and they made it work.
Yeah, but also now this is going to be that difficult one for the players coming through from the side there of Mad Knight, right? We know that they've been trying so hard up in this week of league play to try and secure their first feature play coming into the final Super Weekend. But only time will tell whether or not they've been able to do enough coming into this final match to secure enough points to ensure that they have been able to get that slot locked in. Because we know Slime was sitting 3 points behind them, but they came in with an absolutely blazing performance. The same can, of course, be said for the players from Virtual Gaming, who was just sitting 3 points ahead of them. So Mad Knight getting caught in between Virtual Gaming and Slime 4KT, at least coming into this past match. We don't know what the overall results are just yet, but of course, we do have a few of those highlights that are going to be making their way on through. Just to remind the viewers of a few of these beautiful plays and some really challenging plays we also had coming on in. Petrox just being absolutely on fire there, moving in to take that winner chicken dinner. But again, a really good performance coming in from both Slime 4KT and the players coming in there from the side of Virtual Gaming. No surprise to see them finishing so strong in this last Erangel of league play. But now also, we have to take a look and see what the match ranking situation is and how many points the teams were able to secure coming into this final match.
Virtual Gaming picking up 24 alongside Slime 4KT, just 3 points behind that. But G3 Temper, I mean, we didn't even see them in that final top 3 fight, but they were picking up points like it was nobody's business. It was only G3 Temper's business, picking up 11 points, the highest that we can see so far. Blackjack, of course, not far behind. Not the craziest amount of elimination points, but they made it into that top 3 placement. So prioritizing those rotations. As we know, points are important. How you get them, that's up to you. Let's take a look here, of course, at the second page. As we know, going down from 6 all the way to 5, 1 point difference. It doesn't really make much of a difference. But speaking of 1 point, that's Mad Knight. Unfortunately, only picking up 1.
Well, of course, we'll have to take a look at overall rankings to see what the situation is. We know it was the end of play coming in for the players of Umbra, as we can see Cryptics and Darkness also finishing quite well, sitting up in those top 4 slots. Of course, G3 Temper right there up alongside them, currently sitting on 84. SWAT 69 coming in with a very satisfying 67 points, but they still have 1 more to go. The same can, of course, be said for the players there from Virtual Gaming. We had coming in with a beautiful chicken dinner as well. And of course, it is on to the second page. We can see Blackjack, Slime, Team Unique, and Mad Knight just on the edge. Just on the edge. But of course, there's still 1 more match to go.
You say that, but let's take a look at that last page. 39 points. Up and 38 points. And again, every single team on this page has 1 more game to go. So, look, I'm not going to say anything, but let the numbers speak for themselves. We will see at the end of our last game to see who's going to be going through to the last Super Weekend.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be hairy. It is going to be crazy. And of course, it is going to be down to that final match. But of course, we want to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series. the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now on that, we are going to be moving into our final break here while we get our final match of the final day of the final week of league play. Well, that was a lot of finals, but yes, that is where we are. Getting all of that ready, looking to see what the teams will bring. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you all right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This is our final match of the league play right here and now, getting ready to move into a little bit of that Miramar action. And this time around, we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing in and who will be able to lock in those positions, making their way up in towards our final Super Weekend. Of course, big shout out going out to Oppo there with upgrade performance and upgraded fun to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for the PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Now, of course, potentially there's going to be a lot of potential for the teams to potentially step up into some really strong potential angles here, is.
Yeah, no, they might have the angle to really work the angle so that they could potentially take an angle into the, potential opportunity of potentially getting into Super Weekend. We don't know. It's potential,
Yeah.
But I mean, taking it into this one, of course, we know for some of the teams, they really do favor Miramar. They really shine on Miramar. And we've had a few teams coming through today showing potential that they really can sort of kick it with the big dogs. I mean, the fact that we've had so many teams take their first winner chicken dinner in this last week of league play shows to me that there's a bit of a shift in the focus, right? Of course, we know the pressure is on. They want to try a couple of things. They want to really put their best foot forward. So I like that. I like that we're seeing a little bit of that change coming through. If that's going to translate to Super Weekend,
It could be lovely. It could definitely be absolutely phenomenal to see the team stepping up and just bringing quite a few additional dynamics up in towards the table. Speaking about dynamic, it's going to be a very relaxed zone coming in, centering up over towards Power Grid as the teams are starting to make their way on down. We do have a little bit of congestion up in towards that Los Leones region, but the same can also be said over in towards Val del Mar. Now that Cryptics is not here, we see a few teams actually looking to get it hot and heated right then and there. It is going to be Zero Tolerance and Lusail coming in with a little bit of that hot dropping action.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, we're starting it off pretty crazy here. Even YONKOUS pretty close towards Intruders as well. So, we'll see if that's going to come to fruition. Of course, Picardo, once again, always a little bit crazy, as we know. But Zero Tolerance and Lusail, as you've mentioned, so close. Right on the other side of the roads, they look at themselves and be like, are we going to get involved yet? Farouk, what are you doing? Okay, that was a bit of an interesting elimination. But we'll see how the rest of the lobby is going to go.
Yeah. It could go any which way. Oh, the heat really being dialed up here between Masters and Myth. A little bit of that M&M action. But Farouk coming in with the offside play there. Broly on the opposite end. Looking to see if they can find anything to work in their favor. Broly now getting pushed into the building. They're going to do a little bit of a dance around Angelo. Held up behind the building, gets straight off as Ramsey comes in. Farouk and Broly now pushing the options here. Just blazing on forward. Ban and Sin now making a quick dash into safety. Oh, we're looking at the push coming through from the side of Myth. This could be quite devastating now for the players here from Masters Esports.
I mean, absolutely. Looking at it now, 2 players left. And unfortunately for them, who are they facing? It is Myth, a team that is really looking to capitalize on as many points as possible. Already looking to take that further. As we know, they have to. They don't really have any other options. Otherwise, we're not going to be seeing them come back in Super Weekend. So Ban holding the corner here, hopefully trying to get out of the situation. As we can see, a couple of bullets flying through and making the connection. It is going to be Ramsey. Sin now down to the only player for Masters to try and hold it. I mean, if you want to take this through, great, but run away would be my option in all honesty.
Yeah, but of course we know Masters currently sitting 1 point away from 16th position. 1 point away. So if Sin is able to survive and find a point somewhere, they could be on par with Mad Knight. But looking at the aggression being brought in by the players coming through on towards them, I don't know. I honestly don't know whether or not Myth is going to let that one slide. Also, down south, it is going to be the players here from Lusail and Zero Tolerance looking to duke it out to claim a controlling position. But neither of these teams are positioned in zone. Val del Mar is just south of zone. And they still have to reposition. But Zero Tolerance going to be looking to apply some of that pressure onto the side of Lusail. We know Lusail, sitting on 43 points. All they got to do is just finish as good as they can. Should they find any eliminations, should they find any placement points, that could be a nice added little bonus coming in alongside that.
Look, there's an option here for Zero Tolerance to disengage, to run away and leave Skydo behind. But of course, they want to hold as many of the numbers as they possibly can. We know Lusail has an opportunity here to take this further. They're sitting on 14th place right now. They've got 43 points. If they can get this team wipe, if they can hold just a smidgen of placement points, they can take themselves further, give themselves that buffer, and definitely make it into Super Weekend without a single stress in their mind. Zero Tolerance, on the other hand, sitting in 8th place. They have the least amount of pressure into this situation. They have the most opportunity as well to make this so difficult for Lusail. As we can see now, a little bit of a flank coming through. But will it come to fruition here is the question. Wanted, looking for that angle. Hates there on the bridge, has perfect purview of what's going to happen here. Is going to be able, at least potentially, said it, to hold the line here for Zero Tolerance. And maybe keep their teammates safe.
It's all going to come down to whether or not Hates is going to be looking to dial it up. I mean, there we go. A nice little single tap being switched on there. Boyka now trying to come in for a bit of a saving grace. Hates keeping a very watchful eye. Not finding that angle just yet, but of course Vortex not gonna let that one slide as Vortex and Skydo now get ready to crash the party. Up they come. Quite a bit of damage already being dealt over to Wanted and Boyka. Will they be able to get those razors in the nick of time? Oh, Skydo just narrowly missing those first few hits, but they are gonna try again. As they've now reset, come rushing in. The first one goes down. They go. Vortex coming through with a beautiful play as Wanted gets traded off. And Lusail start losing players. Boyka now coming in to try and finish it off. Coming in, trying to close up those confirmations. Down they go. And now it turns to Hates and Lord to try and make a bit of a play. Beautiful turn of events coming in. Zero Tolerance looking like they had a controlling position, but Lusail, surprise, surprise, came in and put quite a bit of a stop to the potential play for the players there of Zero Tolerance.
No, this is fantastic. Now they can take this further. So Lord, of course, up close and personal. Hates still on the bridge, still just trying to sort of give it a little bit of backup here. But again, if Lord gets pushed here, there's not much that Hates can really do. Unless can find a little bit of a sneaky shot there on towards Salam. So just tapping away at the HP for now. Trying to hold off Lusail from pushing on forward to, of course, their teammate. As we can see, some rotations coming through. SWAT 69 still having to get into zone. YONKOUS as well. Maybe pushing up to the action here. So we'll see what's going to happen there. Maybe there's a third party coming through. But as you can see, that zone is going to add some of that pressure. Now it is on. Get out, disengage, or finish it up. That's going to be the options here. Blackjack now finding Intruders. Raouf already down.
Yeah, that's a bit painful. As you can see, Blackjack coming in with some heavy hitting blows onto the side here of Intruder. It is now down to Romeo.
Okay.
Oh no, Romeo. Down now go. It's now Vice, the last remaining hopeful for the team here of Intruder. Quickly hopping into the vehicle, trying to get a little bit of distance in. The hits continue to flow on through. Fortunately, it does seem like Weiss is able to make a dash up onto those outlying positions. But for how long will they be able to hold on? As we see, Blue Zone is, of course, closing on in. So that reposition will have to come on through, as it seems like Weiss is going to be continuing to push through that Los Leones position, looking to breach back up in towards the zone. Down south, things are looking pretty tough, as we can see the players there from Zero Tolerance and Lusail. YONKOUS, also one of the teams still fighting for a potential slot. They need at least 9 points to lock it in, but will they be able to bring it through? Myth also just up ahead, lined on towards that power grid region. A good position to be holding, but will they be able to defend it? There are so many teams now vying for all these potential angles to come on through. Will they be able to find them and make the most of them? Slimefork AT and 1 million also over on towards that junkyard position. Will be fighting it out as they too look to make their way up in towards the zone, trying to come in from that Hacienda del Patron region.
Yeah, look, that southern side of the zone is going to be absolutely tough. As we know, a lot of teams rotating into that are the teams that are, up for the most amount of pressure, that the teams like YONKOUS that need the points to get into Super Weekend. So between South and East, I don't know where there's going to be the most engagements, but we'll have to wait and see, as maybe a few teams might take that northern side rotation. Super Young Stars, of course, they find a beautiful position there towards El Pozo that they can hold off and maybe keep for the time being, as we see Zero Tolerance trying to stay alive with the rotations just around them. It's a little bit dangerous to go out for a stroll for the time being. As we can see, 1 million, they found Plaza, going out for a bit of a walk, a bit of a hike, I guess, on Miramar, and unfortunately not going too well.
Ooh, it's looking a little bit tough there. As we see Slumbook AT and 1 million also duking it out. The fight continues. YONKOUS still looking to push in. Not within placement point territory just yet. So 3 more teams will have to fall. Unless, of course, they are one of those 3. As we now hop over onto Slimefolk AT and 1 million fighting it out. You can see E-Flex is down. Knight, Black Lost. All just trying to hold on to the positions here. Storm cooking up a few nades. But would he be cooking up a storm? We don't know. Dexter down below, trying to dodge those nades as they also now get sent on forward. The utilities lighting up all over the place. Zeus trying to come in with that offside play. Storm repositioning. Could this be a good goal being made? Zeus sends it out. Will it find the damage? Oh, it doesn't reach where he would have hoped it to go. But Dexter now coming under fire. Knight also just having to play these ridges.
Oh, it'll just dip and dive. Try and find the line of sight that you can work with, or try and avoid the nades that are being sent to your face. 1 million. Going to be able to get the HPs a little bit higher, at least, before the zone comes on through to just add a bit of a spanner in the works here. We can see Slimefolk AT a little bit more spread out. Storm, though, has an opportunity here to really apply some pressure to 1 million, because they have to take a rotation in to the zone straight through the line of sight that we have. Storm holding for the time being. Slimefolk AT, they have some vehicles to actually work with as well. So maybe just in disengaging for now, prioritizing those rotations, as we can see. And a little bit of damage being thrown, but nothing too crazy to write home about just yet. I mean, looking at the numbers, Slimefolk AT, they've unfortunately lost 1 million, on the other hand, have not. I mean, this has been a relatively unscathed engagement for them. If they can make a great rotation now, this would have been worth. Picking up an elimination, not bad at all. Just get into the zone is going to be the question. If they can, Storm, very tempted to, but for the time being, I think we'll maybe just choose not to get involved.
Yeah, I think that would be a little bit of a better call to make. And now, as we look on towards zone, things are definitely starting to heat up on the side there of Myth. We can see having G3 to the north of them, the players from Triple behind them, with the addition of several more teams pulling up into the vicinity there. Super Young Stars also being one of those teams that could do with a tad more points, but will they be able to get it locked on in? Of course, now the teams continue to make their plays for those positions, moving up in towards the high grounds, as we can see those mountains in that northwestern sector of this next phase. But a lot of the rotations still having to come on through. We do see Sin from Masters all the way down on that far southern side. Not quite sure whether or not Sin is going to be able to make it out of that. Meanwhile, Myth coming under fire now. And yeah, they're trying to put their efforts in, but we'll see whether or not they'll be successful in those efforts.
Yeah, making the rotation now with 2 members at least still alive. One shot, of course, for Virtual Gaming is down and out, potentially. As we see, there's quite a few obstacles in their way if they want to get into zone. We do have at least one of the members here from Super Young Stars, as we can see Petrox busy looking at. Lashin, of course, being a bit of a thorn in their side, has found one, is looking for a bit more. So, I mean, as soon as Petrox tries to go for that res, it's the perfect opportunity for Lashin to just get involved and get the confirmation on towards Petrox. So, Zeus hopefully will be able to provide a little bit of covering fire. As we can see, Petrox is a little bit in some danger here. Oh, that vehicle still needs to explode. Okay, there's some hard cover. Now, just try and survive. Shots still coming on through. Virtual Gaming, however, hopefully can rotate around and just provide a bit of cover. We also have Myth just behind Lashin. So that might be a bit of an interesting opportunity there. Triple Esports getting some nice air, making some good rotations as we see them heading up into the zone. But the potential here, do we go left, do we go right? I mean, either way you go, there's a team.
Yeah, and that is that's the beauty of these battle royales. The teams definitely all trying to outlast each other, but it is going to be quite a bit of a fight, potentially up in towards that northern section as well, as we do see Unique having a few visitors heading up towards them. That, of course, being the players coming in from the side there of YONKOUS, but on the screen we've got Triple Esports looking to hold on to the southern position as they have the two remaining hopefuls from the side of Team Myth. Positioned here alongside them is going to be Broly and Farok. But Triple, will they be able to pick up the play? Or will we see Broly and Farok coming in with some absolutely devastating plays? They, of course, need to be super careful because we've got Blackjack also positioned just over towards that northeastern side. So a lot of these angles will have to be dialed in. But Broly, as you can see, of course, completely alone. Farok on the opposite side of the valley.
Oh, and we know Team Myth, this is huge for them. They need to hold this. So Broly going to be finding Master, looks for a wham. A little bit of contention coming through, but it's not enough. It's a 1v2, 1v3, whatever it is a little bit too much here for Broly to deal with. So now it's going to be down to the last remaining member here of Team Myth, which is, of course, Farouk, right behind Lashin, who is also a little bit scattered from the rest of their team, who are trying to get into the zone towards the more northwestern side. As we can see, many teams now scattering on into the zone as they try find some sort of safety. It's not a lot, but there's a few spots that they can get on into. Farouk, of course, hearing Lashin taking that rotation out, maybe a little bit of cheeky peeky. As we can see, the player zone now also getting involved, finding virtual gaming.
Yeah. And center zone is looking pretty hot and heated, right? We've got G3
Oh, yeah.
smacked up center zone. Lusail also right here alongside them. We've got Blackjack pushing in from that southern side. But this is where positioning is going to be absolutely crucial once again. We can see Blackjack looking to roll on forward. Oh, but that western side is also going to be relatively heavily congested. That makes no sense, but just go along with it, as we can see so many teams now looking to move on through. YONKOUS coming in with a few hits, but they need points. Will they be able to bring in any points? As we can see on the board, sitting on 2 of those eliminations. They need to find at least 9 if they're looking to be satisfied with their play coming into this final match of the day. SWAT 69, of course, looking to put a big halt to any of those potential gains. You can see Sabir coming in with a beautiful hit on towards Pennywise. And now it is up to Havlik and then Lewis to try and make that final stand. Team Myth getting sent back into the lobby. But the fighting will continue. 14 teams now remain. Not quite sure where everyone's going to squeeze themselves into, but they will find a way to manage.
Look, in the nooks and crannies is what we have to work with here, and we can see that with Triple Esports now. MG rotating on around. Hello, how you doing? Gonna be finding Master and an immediate thirst coming on through. Thor still behind, looking to get involved. Zayn now pushing on in. They want to get these final confirmations with Triple Esports. It's down to 2 members remaining. Thor, the only member still alive. Right above them, it is, of course, Zayn, prepping a nice little bit of a nade. Might land onto AWAM, might land onto Thor, who are trying to get the res popped off. Oh, that could be it. That could be the line. Oh, no, it's fine. We're right for now. But that is the trigger here. Comes through. Blackjack Esports gets a beautiful spray and confirms Triple Esports back into the lobby, who seem to be fine for the time being. We can see plenty of teams down to solos who are slowly but surely dropping as they try desperately to get into zone. SWAT, Intruder out. The next few couple of teams, that's going to be up to the question here of who is holding the line, who has set up and is waiting for a few maybe free eliminations, like potentially Slime4KT and 1 Million Esports here.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see what Sin is going to be doing, right? Sin, the last remaining player for Masters Esports. They need 2 points to get to potentially get into that top 16, right? 2 points. Currently sitting on 0, but we do have 10 teams left, so placement points now start coming into the mix here. Of course, we have good old Zeus coming in for a little bit of an inspection there onto the side of Sin. So the pressure is going to be on as we see Sin now moving in. Zeus! Oh! No! Down goes Masters in 10th place. But as we know, that might be maybe something, but was it enough? It's 1 point. Oh, okay. So, well, I don't want to say anything, so we'll just continue on. We do have Lewis here from YONKOUS, caught in between a rock and a blue place, as we have several players also now positioned up ahead of them. You can see Super Young Stars trying to close this up. Sharla cooking up the nade. Is it going to be it? No, not yet. Not yet. False alarm. False alarm. Lewis. Lewis is okay. Meanwhile, as we look to see what the rest of the teams are going to be bringing in, YONKOUS still looking to rake in a few more of those eliminations. Down they go.
Why did you say it?
Oh,
Why did you say it?
I have to. It's my job. But YONKOUS, down they go. Super Young Stars, the next ones to step up. Oh, there we have a few hits now finding their way on towards Slike. Winky looking to move up as well. Unique still having all 4 players in. This Nox continue to roll on through. Super Young Stars also now looking to just quickly recuperate their position. G3, meanwhile, looking pretty golden all the way in smack dab center zone once again.
Right alongside Lusail Esports, who had a huge rotation that they had to make just to get to this point. So let's hope that they can capitalize. Of course, we see a little bit of contention already starting as Lusail finds Slime 4KT trying to rotate on through. And they maybe chose the wrong path to do so. 8 teams now left remaining. 1 Million Esports, of course, still have Dexter in this. Virtual Gaming, they still have Zeus in this. But for how long is the question? As we can see, a lot of teams sticking towards those edges of the zone. Because going further means potentially your death. As we can see, Lash now being picked up by Zane, holding a beautiful, beautiful spot here. 1 Million, of course. Unfortunately, back in the lobby they go. G3 Temper alongside Lusail, and now Slime 4KT holding pretty much as close to center zone as you can, but at least holding the majority of the buildings that we have left. Blackjack, they still need to get into zone. They've got great numbers, but look at the pathing that they have to take to get there.
It's gonna be pretty dang brutal, right? They have to run down the hill, and that will mean that they will be super exposed. Unless, of course, the zone shifts into a position where they can afford to just condense their position somewhat. But the zone says no, as G3 still maintains a controlling position within the zone. The rest of the lobby now having to rotate their way on through. And this is where we could see the players from G3 now just going ahead and farming the heck out of this lobby. But Slime 4KT still looking to tap away, but Storm managing to shoot the vehicle while trying to tap up the hill on towards the players there from Blackjack. That would, of course, be Lelouch and MG, but up comes the pushes as we see Zane and Reverb starting it off. Reverb taking a considerable amount of damage. The Young Stars just aiding and abetting in the carnage unfolding right here on the screen.
Look, we said it. It's an uncomfortable route that Blackjack have to take into zone. And of course, Lusail now adding to that pressure. Here comes through the shots. Now even G3 Temper is getting involved, unfortunately, to the detriment of Blackjack Esports. Virtual Gaming confirmed, as we see the rest of the team still fighting it out for some sort of a position to work with. The zone is going to be so uncomfortable, even for Team Unique. They also have to come down into the action, and straight into G3 Temper we go as Exist goes down. 6 teams remaining, but Skirp as well being confirmed. So all of a sudden, in a matter of seconds, Team Unique down to only 1, 4KT down to 2, and the numbers start to dwindle. This is going to be very tough for Winky to now try and get into the zone. I don't see it.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. It's going to be pretty tough, but Nacho and G3, they're going to be looking to clean house, as we can see. They are now just looking to just absolutely demolish this lobby. They have such a beautiful setup, but Slime looking to contest them, as we can see Flacker now sending out a little bit of that welcoming gift over on Storm and Zeus, but up they come rushing forward, very exposed, out in the open. Down they go, getting booted back up into the lobby. But now, look at this. Up comes the next one. Down goes Unique, Flacker, and the rest of the squad coming in here from G3, just going absolutely to town. Blackjack already sitting on 9 eliminations. Will they be able to make it 10? Cronboy up ahead. Buden taking a little bit of damage. Nothing too devastating just yet. But, of course, the drop coming down right alongside them. Who will be the ones to clutch it out? Lusail holding strong. Super Young Stars holding strong. Will Blackjack and G3 put a stop to any of these advances? Well, if it's up to Chico, they're definitely going to try and potentially stop Blackjack in their tracks.
With G3 Temper, they've got perfect line of sight onto every single team involved in this final zone. And Blackjack finding themselves now in a bit of a sandwich between Lusail and Super Young Stars. We can see Reverb now just dipping and diving between the bullets. But Boyka is throwing out, just the toes. That's all we need right now. But what is happening for Blackjack? Because all of a sudden, yes, they're busy getting in this engagement here with Lusail, and they're doing well. But this is an opportunity now for Super Young Stars to rotate up into the zone as it shifts up north. G3 Temper looking to be one of the first teams as well to plant their flag, but look at Lusail. Zane goes down. Reverb holding the line. MG coming on in, jumping on into the action, but the carnage is just absolutely crazy. Salam throwing a couple of shots through the smoke, but will they connect is going to have to come down to the push here. You need to get this confirmation before the race comes through, and they will. Blackjack is out.
Easy claps coming in there for Lusail as they step on in and send Blackjack right on back. It is now 2 players on the side here of G3. As you can see, Vuda now coming under fire. Nacho also knocked out up ahead. And it is going to be Jala and Lashin for the side of the Super Young Stars looking to close it up. Will they be able to get themselves up in towards that zone? You can see Nacho trying to make a quick run for zone. Unfortunately, getting traded off. Down goes Lusail. It is now up to G3 and Super Young Stars to wrap up this final match of the day. The nades are being sent on through. The shots are flying in through the smoke. It is down to Jala and Nashin. Oh, beautiful spray coming in from 6. Now Crud Boy. It's going to be the last hopeful. Oh, get spotted. Up comes the heads. Down they go. G3 picking up another winner chicken. Then, of course, that is G3's first chicken in league play. And it is the final chicken available up for grabs right here in league play. What a way to close it out. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But now it all comes down to the final points to see if the teams have done enough to ensure those positions coming through. We'll get into that in a little bit. But got to say, beautiful shifts coming in from the zone. Got to congratulate Blue Zone. Some fantastic things being done right there. The team's really being dealt a difficult hand, but that's what we want to see. Coming into the final match, the teams can't have the game delivered on a platter, right? They have to work and grind, and that's what they had to do coming into this final Miramar.
I love it. It's just my words are going out of my mind because all of a sudden G3 Temper coming through into the league play, they wanted to step up their performance coming through into this last week. Had a chat with Flacco and he's like, listen, we need to bring it this week. We need to make sure we get into that super weekend. And then in finals, it's going to be a whole different beast. But coming through and just getting that last win on Miramar, I mean, that's just an absolute godsend for a team like G3 Temper, which we often do link with Miramar. You know, that is their map. That is the map I know for a fact that Flacco is the most comfortable on as the IGL, making the calls, and they made it work there. I mean, it was chaos. Once again, yes, they had some great positioning, and then that zone shift is, bye. Goodbye, good luck. But they still made it work, and insane spray control coming through to pick up those 2 from Super Young Stars because they were looking like the team to beat.
Yeah, they were definitely looking particularly strong, but a good bounce back coming through there from the side of G3. At least making sure that they pick up 1 chicken dinner, even if it is on the final match of the day. The last opportunity to pick up some chickens coming through on the league play side. But again, some really great players coming through. And, now we have a few of those highlights also getting ready to make their way onto the screen, just to remind the viewers of a few of the absolutely fantastic players we had coming in once again. But I gotta say, zone, challenging. Flight path, not too challenging, but the team's really stepping up to the challenge and, potentially looking to play those angles as best they could.
No, look, they did their absolute best, and hopefully for some of the teams, that's going to be enough to get them through to Super Weekend. As we know, it gets chaotic in League where it's just absolutely chain fighting after chain fighting. But let's take a look at the highlights just to remind ourselves, because it was pretty crazy. We need a reminder.
Just beautiful to watch the teams getting down to business. And now the moment of truth is creeping closer and closer to us. We are getting ready to see what the match rankings look like after the teams stepped up for their final opportunity. And here we have it. G3 coming in with a 26 on board. Lusail picking up 20. Then we've got the Super Young Stars and Blackjack both finishing strong on 18 points apiece.
Look, it was absolute chaos there for some of the teams, like Team Unique, who had a very uncomfortable route to try and get into the zone. As we know, it was just perfect for some of the teams like G3 Tempo to just sit and start shooting away. But some of the teams really trying to survive their absolute best into those final moments. Taking a look at that last page, of course, we saw some of the more unlucky teams coming through. Masters Esports Sin picking up 1 point. We'll see if that is enough. I don't know. I mean, same can be said for Mad Knights. Maybe they made it, maybe they didn't. These match rankings are going to come down to the line for some of these teams.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very close call, but no time to wait as we hop straight over into the overall rankings. We see G3 sitting at up there in pole position with 110 points. Team Umbra coming in on 86. We got Cryptics on 81. We got Blackjack, Darkness, SWAT 69. That's what we love to see. They have made it. And of course, Virtual Gaming also having an opportunity to come back and improve their position on the overall rankings. We got Virtual Gaming, everyone just holding on to that first page. But now, second page is where it's at.
Wow.
We can see the players coming through there from Mad Knight. They make it in. We got Triple Esports making it back in. Intruder making it back in. All 5 teams we wanted to see make it into Super Weekend. They stepped up, they locked in those positions, and there we have it. And it's been so close. Masters sitting on par with the players there from the side of Mad Knight. But man, it was close.
Literally. I mean, as close as we could get down to an absolute tie. But again, it's going to come down to who made it into the top 16. So congratulations to our teams. We're going to go to our final Super Weekend, and that's the final opportunity to pick up those points for the finals. Final. Again, you know, you were both doing this. It's the last, it's the final. I mean, there's so many opportunities. Again, the wordplay aside, this is absolutely fantastic for the teams who came through in this last week, shaked off all of the mental negativity from the previous weeks, and made it happen. We're going to see them in that Super Weekend. We're going to see all of the teams at least have an opportunity to play for those very spicy chicken dinners. And it's going to be so insane to see how those overall rankings are going to shift and who is going to go to our finals.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite an exciting match to see because we've got 3 teams that are not going to be making it through into Super Weekend. And we've got 5 teams returning with 2 new teams coming into the Super Weekend looking to get themselves in on that leaderboard, looking to bring in a few of those points. So absolutely exciting. Cannot wait to see what they have in store for us coming into the final Super Weekend. So be sure to join us for all the action. Of course, before we go, I want to give a big shout out going to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But on that note, absolutely fantastic week of league play that we've been seeing so far. Super excited to see what our teams are going to be bringing in, coming through on towards that final Super Weekend. Of course, we'd also love to hear what your thoughts are. Let us know on social media. I'll head on over to Facebook and Instagram, search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa, and tell us what your thoughts are. Are you excited to see these teams stepping up into the final Super Weekend? Pretty sure that they are excited as heck to, well, especially Mad Knight and SWAT 69 making their debut coming on through. So well done. Beautiful stuff. But with that, much love going out to all the viewers. Thank you so much for joining in. Teams being absolutely insane as per usual. And on that, we are looking forward to see you all back again on Friday as we hop into that Super Weekend. So stay safe. Have a great night. And until later.